Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. That was a new song from the one, the only, the jazziest dog I know, Jazz Dog. How we doing, folks? I know it is quite late on a Monday. How we all doing? Its city looks like Verizon's aesthetic in 2010. Who's to say it's not? Hello, Bastion. Hello, Mini-Me. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, of course, Jazz Dog. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, LB. Hello, Charles. Hello, Jay. Hello, CF. Hello, Sean Davis. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Indicat. And thank you so much, just right off the bat. When your payment failed through YouTube, thanks for following it up with a payment through riverboat.gg. I very much appreciate that. So thank you so much. Just wanted to note it. Someone dono ghosted in her donos. It was funny. Oh, I'm glad. Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, everyone. News has me very unmotivated. That is fair. The news literally today made me wake up. I read the news and I had to go back to sleep. That was a lot of my day in a nutshell. Hello, Paladin Lost. You know, the presence of a jazz dog suggests there are other dogs of other musical forms. I'm waiting to meet EDM Dog, Country and Western Dog, and of course, Jizz Dog from Star Wars. Oh, God. George Lucas, how could you? How could you? Hello, Archangel Dakab. Nightcore Dog, indeed. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Kayla. Hello, Faith Faulkner. Hello, Andrew S. Hello, Blooming Star 9. Hello, Lord Dan of Jers. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Lady Ringcloud. So it was Blizzard soon. It was Blizzard soon, indeed. Hello, everyone. I'm but one of many different dog ancestors I tap into the energy of. Which dog does Toby Fox tap into the energy of? He has them all over his video games. But I don't know what kind of dog I'd call that dog. A fox dog? That could be. Hello, Failsafe. How we doing, folks? We're gonna see how much I can get through today, because obviously it's very late. I have to bring my car in the morning just for some routine maintenance. But we gotta hit the ground running. Hello, Mash Interact. How you doing? Hello, Alexis Vandam. Hello, folks. Also, my partner got tired of me not really understanding the whole Gilead references, so I started watching The Handmaid's Tale. It's pretty miserable so far. It's really good. It's like a really good show, but like so far everything in that show is bad, and we're like 3 episodes in and there's not like a single spark of good things happening. Anyway, now I'll be able to understand all of your references to it. A good show about bad things. Indeed, Simric, indeed. That's how I feel about BoJack Horseman. Yeah. Yeah. Really excited for Andor Season 2. Same, Bastion. Same. Just listen to the audiobook of The Handmaid's Tale. Really stretches the limits of human suffering. Yeah, it's a bit of a downer, but you know, like having now seen a few episodes of it, like I get it. Like unironically, I would love to talk to a Christian nationalist about how their vision for America is not exactly what is described in The Handmaid's Tale. Like it seems like the Christian nationalist wet dream, you know? Like their court system is literally like just a prosecutor who quotes the Bible, and then you get sentenced to like death. It's terrible. No, but that's the thing, Mr. Malachite. I genuinely, I do not know what the daylight is between, like, what is in The Handmaid's Tale so far and what Christian nationalists actually want. You know? Finally got myself over to and joined my local DSA chapter. Hell yeah, crack and pill too. New members meeting on Wednesday. Hell yeah. Hello, Amber Brains. Double fisting streams right now. Hot. All right. Whew. Remember, folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. We're getting so close to 11,111 followers. I can feel it on the tip of my tongue. Hello, Silver Scale. Hello, Snoggin. Hello, everyone. And remember, toss a coin to your streamer if you can, folks. Subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. all go a long way. Keeping this riverboat running. Let's see here. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, I'm Idaho. All right, so let's just jump into it here, okay? You know, we've got a number of things just kind of hit one after another here, and like some of these things I'm going to be going more in depth as we go deeper into the week. And yeah, Mini-Me, generally I've seen most of that stuff. I just like have a limited time window in which I can talk about things. So, first of all, look, guys, I don't know if Donald Trump is senile or not, but I have a pretty good guess. You know, everyone keeps saying he's so smart. He's so smart. Look at how smart he is. He's playing 5D chess. He literally can't remember his vice president's wife's name.
Were invited over there, and I thought it would be I have great respect for the wife of our first of our great vice president. I think she's she's a brilliant woman. She's a very nice woman, and she loves the concept of Greenland. And so
he literally forgot that her name is Usha Vance. And you know, even if you forgot her first name, you could just call her Mrs. Vance. Or the second lady. You know, like there's so much to like dissect here, because like there are multiple alternatives you could use to woman married to the vice president. Like, and on top of that, guys, she loves the concept of Greenland. Like what? The concept that it exists, or the concept of like colonizing it? Like what does that even mean? Or he's just racist and won't say it. I mean, he will say the names of people who are not white. I've heard him do it. I've just never heard him like completely beef it on someone who's literally in his inner circle. You know? Like, the vice president and the president know each other fairly well, guys. Why do people think he's smart? I thought the appeal was that he's incredibly uneducated and therefore relatable. Because they all think that he has some kind of grand plan. That all of the people kowtowing to his power and wealth, or at least the projected power and wealth that he tries to send out into the world, are like all of that is actually because of a brilliant plan, a clever ploy. You know, he's not. And honestly, that might be one of our saving graces here, because like when we're talking about these people, chat, it is really important to remember that they are dumb as a box of rocks. Because, like, guys, if you were going to do a slow-rolling fascist coup of the United States via, bureaucratic gutting of the state, what is the one thing you wouldn't want to do? What's like the one thing you wouldn't want to do, folks? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Is this slow? I don't know what that means, bud. Exactly, Comrade Girl 2018. You wouldn't want to screw the soldiers over. In fact, you'd be doing everything you can to make sure all of the systems that support soldiers and things like veterans, former soldiers, people with the training, people with who represent like the future a soldier has when they go into the military. You wouldn't want to screw with that, right? Earlier today, this started getting reported in places. Two sources have told me that the Department of Veterans Affairs payroll system, VATAS, has been down since Friday. It is operating in emergency mode only and will have to resort to straight time cards to get people their base pay on Friday. No explanation or timeline of when it will be back up again. Everyone is wondering what caused it to crash, and none of my sources have ever heard of it doing so before. More to follow. Like, I mean, yeah, hit the mat. Basically, your guess of Doge chewing through the wires is as good as mine, but that's probably close to accurate, I think, like, if we're talking about, like, anything more basic than, oh, you want to take over a place, well, the number one thing you gotta do is you gotta pay your soldiers. That's like the number one thing you have to do if you want to seize power in a country. And they're not even succeeding in being able to do that. And not only that, there has been, and I don't know how official it is, but there's been a lot of rumors being circulated in the media that the VA is about to slash like 83,000 jobs. And like, I mean, you can do that, but like, it's the kind of thing where like if shit hits the fan real hard, if like the rule of law is suspended, the Constitution doesn't matter anymore, and it's just politics of the rock, whichever side has the military support is going to win that. And it's the military is not going to support the side that fucked it over repeatedly at every turn. Like just full stop. Yes, Banana Brains, that's actually an excellent example of what I'm talking about. In YouTube chat, you wrote, soldiers not getting enough money and food were major causes for the February Revolution in Russia in 1917 and the German Revolution in 1918. Indeed. In fact, many historical revolutions have been spurred by such negligence, we'll say. We've actually gotten indications of what the error is in veteran circles. The error being thrown out is exception minimum password age. It's also taking VA workers to a new login page. What does that mean? Exception minimum password age. Did they just like copy all of like the login info to like a new spreadsheet to like feed into their AI algorithms? That's kind of what it sounds like. Like they copied it all out and then they realized they fucked up and then they tried to put it back. Yeah. It sounds like someone tried to copy the database and screwed up really badly. Yeah, they're messing with the actual system itself, not yeah. All I'm saying is that's awful. It is also good for, the prospective survival of democracy, So this is bad, but democracy's good. So, like silver linings and all that. Yeah, they just grabbed users and outputted it to a CSV. It wouldn't surprise me if they did something like that in a system that is not built to do that. One of the primary reasons that the Roman Empire spread so much was due to how well they paid soldiers. True, Van Briggs in Twitch chat. True. All right. Now, folks, while we're talking about like why you don't want to screw over soldiers and veterans and the like on a basic payment level, can anyone think of other ways you don't want your members of government fucking over soldiers and veterans? Can anyone like spitball a few ideas? Like, say, if you saw someone doing something, you wouldn't want them. Yeah, like that might put soldiers at risks. At risk, actually. You guys are saying healthcare, housing. I mean, all of that is true. But I'm gonna go one step further. You probably don't want your officials just leaking combat plans to anyone and not vetting numbers, not doing any OPSEC whatsoever for the people in the highest levels of your government. Probably wouldn't want that happening. And yet, this is a piece from The Atlantic today. And I can tell you guys firmly that this has now breached containment. This is now in mainstream news. This is all over the place. People are absolutely baffled by this. Okay? The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans by Jeffrey Goldberg. And basically, if you want a summation of what happened here, folks, it's that a bunch of people high up in the Trump administration were planning their bombing campaign of Yemen. And instead of doing that via secure military channels or in areas where top secret information can be shared securely, face to face, etc. Instead of doing that, they downloaded Signal to their phones and started a group text, and then added phone numbers that they weren't aware of to the group text. Like, they added unvetted members of the military and also of the public to the group text. And not only is this one of like the biggest like national security breaches like this, guys, like, let me put it this way. If any one of you had done anything like this, you would be like black-sighted within 24 hours. Okay? You would not see the light of day for the next 20 years. That's how illegal this is. And Republicans are trying to play it off as like, oh, well, no, whoa, hey, who hasn't made a little whoopsie daisy? These are the same people who, like, put Hillary Clinton through like 14 rounds of congressional questioning over like an email server that was unsecured. Meanwhile, they're just adding random dipshits to a fucking Signal text. it is it is the next evolution of War Thunder forums, exactly. It's well, and the thing is, people are like, oh, well, the chats auto delete in a Signal chat, which is true. This is a way to try and get around record keeping. However, just to point out, like, doing that is illegal. That is not something you are legally allowed to do. On top of that, what is the only other reason you would want to have Signal chats? You would want to have Signal chats so that you can add unvetted people to your planning roster. Literally, guys, the reason they're doing this is so that they can have lobbyists in on their war plans, so that they can, like, literally just add anyone they feel like, people from other countries, you know, foreign agents, adversaries, etc. Like, every element of this is ungodly levels of illegal. In a normal time, this would lead to bare minimum the resignation of, like, you know, the defense secretary as well as, like, anyone else involved in that Signal chat. However, we're not in normal times, so they're going to try to shield these people from responsibility. But, like, it's really bad. Let's see here. The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern Time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons, packages, targets, and timing. Like, that's cooked. No, and that's the thing, Mini-Me. If it is absolutely true. If this happened under... Remember I said minimum the defense secretary would resign. Guys, in a normal time, the president would resign for something this egregious. That's how bad this is. And you know what? It somehow gets worse when you actually look at what Donald Trump said about this.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis?
Right.
Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
This announcement on Monday. Is this a blueprint for you?
Mr. President.
I just... Real quick. You understand that this guy's the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military, right? No, like, even if you're trying the ignorance is bliss defense, like, he's the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military. He's supposed to know about all of this shit. He's supposed to know what his defense secretary does. He's supposed to know that they're using Signal. And instead, he's just like, I don't know anything about it. Whatever. And it's just like, no, you're responsible for what your underlings do. Like, you hired these guys, you chose them, you are responsible for their actions. Like, it's insane. It's just insane. And, like, it's really hard to... it's really hard to emphasize how awful all of this is. Okay, like, guys, we got actual screenshots. JD Vance, if you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. And if there are things we can do up front to minimize the risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. I fully share your loathing of, I'm going to presume Europe is the next word there. Yep, European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. Like, why is JD in the chat? Because Donald Trump doesn't do anything anymore, guys. He's just doing his catty, like, petty vengeances against his detractors. That's it. That's the only thing he does. And then he signs whatever they give him, you know? And what is fascinating about all of this? Wait, why does this administration hate Europe so much? Oh, God. How much time do you have? These people have always hated Europe for being, like, an example to, like, Americans that we can in fact do, like Medicare for all. You know, that's on one hand. On the other hand, like, European allies prevent, you know, full-throated imperialist action from America. Like, it's inconvenient to them that they cannot simply dictate to European nations and have European nations jump. It is in their kind of calculus of diplomatic world relations, they view Europe as a prime target for exploitation rather than an equal partner. That's kind of how it boils down. But, like, this is bad, guys. On top of that, like, we know what happened with the bombing campaign in Yemen, which is they're just killing civilians. Like, most of the people being killed in Yemen right now are civilians. Like, they don't have a super sophisticated operation over there. Ugh. It's quite awful. Do we have more? Oh yeah, here we go. Like, they literally called it the Houthi PC small group. You got John Ratcliffe here, you got Michael Waltz. This is insane. And so far, some members of Congress are actually standing up and having a spine about this, which is great. Statement from Congressman Jonathan L. Jackson on leaked war plans and call for resignations. I'm calling for the immediate resignation of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and other top cabinet officials in the wake of the shocking and dangerous leak of classified U.S. war plans detailing potential strikes against Yemen. The careless mishandling of sensitive information has not only compromised national security, but also put the lives of U.S. service members and our allies at tremendous risk. The irony of this catastrophic failure is impossible to ignore. Because, guys, it's not just this one occasion. It's not like this was done in such a slapdash way that it's pretty apparent that they will do it again and have done it before and are just going to bumble their way through military security, you know? So, members of Congress demanding resignations is totally justified here. This is the same administration that launched relentless attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, dismantling them under the false pretense that diversity initiatives weaken national security and undermine merit. Yet under their so-called merit-based leadership, we now face a situation where top officials couldn't safeguard classified information or uphold the basic responsibility of securing sensitive national security communications. This administration prioritized ideological attacks over competence and accountability. They focused on banning DEI programs and even took aim at cultural icons like Jackie Robinson and the Enola Gay exhibit, stripping away any acknowledgement of the complex and diverse history that shapes our nation. Yet when they were busy erasing history, they failed to prevent a security breach of historic proportions, one that could plunge the U.S. into another devastating conflict. Wild stuff. Good evening, Dragonfly. To make matters worse, this failure comes after the reckless deployment of unvetted AI systems to identify budget cuts across the federal government. Instead of thoughtful, human-centered decision-making, the administration chose to rely on artificial intelligence models that lacked the capacity for nuance and context, jeopardizing national security while demoralizing federal workers who have dedicated their whole careers to public service. Our troops, many of whom come from diverse backgrounds, are being asked to defend a country where their personal heritage has been attacked by the very administration sending them into harm's way. Secretary Hegseth's continued presence at the helm of the Department of Defense is demoralizing to those who serve, and it undermines the trust that should exist between leadership and those on the front lines. Further, I'm demanding a full investigation into whether Secretary Hegseth was intoxicated during any of the communications related to this breach. It is imperative that we determine whether impaired judgment led him to fail to recognize that the means of communication being used to discuss sensitive war plans was not secure. If intoxication played any role in this national security failure, it only underscores the urgency of his immediate resignation. Honestly, fair question to ask. Yeah, and in case you're like, well, what do you mean? Like, bruh, are you seriously telling me you're sending a fist bump America fire emoji in this chat and you're not like just plastered? Not just like absolutely wasted? You not crunk as fuck? Nah, don't try and lie to me like that. We live in such a silly time, and like this is just like one of the things that happened today that was really stupid. I really want to emphasize how big of a deal this is. This is catastrophic. This is like, oh, you need to scrap all of your war plans and like start from scratch again because the enemy knows everything you're going to do. You know, it's bad. And yet we'll see if anything comes of it. And I don't know, it is fascinating, the times we live in, you know, maybe the worst possible ways, but like, holy shit. These people need to be gone. You know, I every single day I wake up and I'm just like, okay, what's in the news today? And I roll over and I read something like Donald Trump and Elon Musk have actively funneled another $20 billion into pro-cancer research. Not professional cancer like care research, but, you know, in favor of cancer killing humans research. It really does feel like that. And it's gotten to the point where I'm just like, every single person in this government, every single person in this administration needs to like face a jury of their peers at the end of this. Like it's actually unconscionably evil, you know? They're trying to get rid of, you know, cancer research, AIDS research, HIV research. They're trying to like destroy the ability to get your kids vaccinated. They're even waging war on like the flu vaccinations that come out every year. On top of that, it's like, oh yeah, also the most pro-peace president is going to bomb Yemen. Are you kidding me? And most of the people dying are civilians? Like, what are you doing, man? Like, nothing he has promised has been true. No improvements that he has suggested have actually been made. All that has been done is making every single one of our lives worse. Like, oh, but he's just firing people from the federal government. You know, he's cutting the fat. But the fat is like, you know, services for people with disabilities. The fat is like, you know, like that's what fat is to him. It's like, oh, you want buildings to have ramps? Woke. We're cutting that. That's like every single thing. And it's just bizarre to me. Absolutely bizarre. And yet, here we are. But, you know, one of the things I take heart in is the fact that a lot of what is happening right now is not going unnoticed and is in fact spurring people to take action. Get out there, go to your Tesla takedowns, your indivisible protests, your, you know, your no-show town halls. You know, get out there, do your thing. You know, consider running for office to improve things in your area if there's no better option available to you. Yeah, and Amber Brains, that's one of the stories we're going to talk more in depth about tomorrow, because like this Doge stuff comes at a price. The amount of things and initiatives that they are killing in the federal government has an untold amount of cost to it. But what the IRS has been able to calculate so far is that the chaos Doge has created in the government is going to cost the government around $500 billion. $500 billion. $500 billion. Because of the sheer number and volume of money that taxpayers that would normally pay are just going to be like, I'm not going to pay this year. The tax revenue is down, I think, like 10%. And that comes out to about $500 billion. But like, that's not going to be like you and me, folks, who are going to get away with like not paying taxes. It's going to be like rich assholes like Elon Musk, you know, like Mark Zuckerberg. The rich are going to be able to just not pay their taxes because that's what is happening by design. It's disgusting to me. We're going to go more in depth on that story tomorrow, but like it's really bad, guys. I'm so tired. So, anyway, folks, we've been going for about 40 minutes now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats. Because, folks, you guys make the show possible. I wouldn't be able to do it without you fine folks. Paladin, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs!
Okay, I really do gotta head to bed. Thanks for stream. Have a good night. BWA.
You are very welcome, Paladin, and thank you for injecting that BWA right before you leave. Always appreciated. Also, unrelated, folks, you should watch Severance. Severance Season 1 and Season 2 are really fucking good. I can say Season 2 is really good because I've now seen all of it. No spoilerinos, but like, damn, that's some mighty fine television right there. Hello, Airbnb. Yeah, no, it is reverse Robin Hood, aka Sheriff of Nottingham shit. Did you see Adolescence? No, I did not. Oh, Silver Scale, it was so good. Do not waste your time with Avenue 5, though. Oh, is that not good? I had high hopes. I had high hopes for a living. It is like a movie. I'm excited to see where season 3 goes. And I know a lot of people were saying that like season 2 ends like perfectly, but like I'm excited to see where it goes. I think things can get a whole lot weirder. Yeah, the facial acting in Severance is just so fucking good. Yeah, Salmon Moose, we don't know the goal and we don't know the extent, you know? Silo is pretty good. I've heard good things about Silo. I want to check it out. Oof. Oh, Van Briggs, I think the thing you're seeing on Prime is a British film called Severance, which is also very good. It's just not the Apple TV show we've been talking about. Hello, it's me, Airbnb. Welcome. 2 season? Oh, all right, I'll shut up my fucking face. All right, folks. Let's talk about some Hopium, huh? Let's talk about some good things happening. You guys ready for some good things happening? Let's take a look, shall we? Yo, Dale's doo-doo shorts. Oh yeah. Smoking that Jeremy Boring pack. I need to look at what happened there. I heard the scuttlebutt was there's like a conservative, like an interconservative war going on, and Jeremy Boring got booted out of Daily Wire. That's really interesting. All right. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Dale's doo-doo shorts. Whew. Here we go. So, folks, believe it or not, good things are happening because, folks, all around this country, there are tons of people, millions of people even, who are looking at their currently elected Democratic representatives and they're saying, I don't think this is it. I think they are not doing enough. I think, in fact, they do not have a spine. And you know what?
I am happy but not surprised to see Republican internal feuding.
Indeed, one-eyed heathen. But suffice to say, some people are going, you know what? I don't like my elected representative. No one else is running for that seat, though. So I'm going to run for that seat. And I present to you Kat Abu, who is running for Congress, just announced today. And she previously worked at Media Matters. I actually worked with her very briefly, I think last year, maybe late in the year 2023. But yeah, she's the real deal. She believes this stuff. She knows her shit. And she's throwing her hat in the ring. Let's watch her announcement.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means we need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power.
And like, yeah, this isn't even like a socialist platform. This is just what the liberal platform is supposed to be. This is just like a pretty boilerplate, like, hey, we are going to make sure you have what you need to survive and thrive, you know? And that's something, man. And the thing is, like, the lady that Kat Abu is running against isn't even, like, the worst Democrat. But the lady she's running against has been in office for decades and, like, hasn't achieved that much. You know, like, we need people to go in there and actually fight. We need people to actually fight. To have that spine.
That means standing up to authoritarians, not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not. I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them as a result. In fact, just a few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweets. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events than fancy fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted on old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo, and if our leaders won't do it, we will. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for Democrats to do more. Donald Trump.
Hell yeah, let's go! I'm so on board with this. I'm so on board with this, and you know what? You guys want to know something? Like, you know, in terms of like visual presentation, right? Like that was sitting in front of a camera, not too dissimilar from what I'm doing. You know, maybe better lighting, you know, a bit of editing thrown in there for dramatic effect. Some layering of background visuals. But like overall, guys, that was pretty stripped down in terms of like different ways of, you know, putting forward your announcement video. And like, there's a genuineness to this that I think a lot of people in establishment politics just don't understand. But on top of that, folks, it's very clear that her basic fundamentals on messaging are actually landing with folks. 7 hours after she had made her announcement here, she had raised over $100,000 in Grassroots donations. Okay? Like, this clearly resonates with people. Very much so. And what are her positions? Generally, pro-LGBTQ people. Not even generally, very specifically pro-LGBTQ people. If you go to her website, she even shit-talks Democrats who are willing to throw trans people under the bus. You know, if you... There are also, like... She's just in favor of, you know, Medicare for all, common sense policies. Like, it's good. She has a great platform. Yes, people are aroused. I've never seen people this aroused before. And the thing is, she has a long and established career calling out these conservative hucksters and making sure that they are, on the record, and that record is preserved, and that people know, hey, Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit, and that's important because that message doesn't necessarily get through to everybody, the anti-propaganda work being done by these small media outlets is so crucial, and it's so oftentimes thankless, and it's just really great seeing her succeed. She's pro-Palestine, she's Palestinian, she's great. I think she's actually a really good example of what America needs right now, and I think, frankly, that we're going to see a lot more campaigns starting up, especially as people get more and more angry. And people are going to get angry. What is her name? I'm trying to remember where I recognize her from. Her name is Kat Abu Ghazaleh, but she also goes by Kat Abu on Twitter, on various social media sites. So yeah, she's got some pull. Hopefully this kind of blazes a trail for a lot of other people to stand up and get involved as well, So it's really, really cool. I am quite a fan of this development. And I think the more of us that run, the more of us that get involved, the better for all of us. So, if you're in Illinois' 9th, vote for Kat. Full stop. Nailed it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, folks. More of this? What, you guys need some more Hopium? I got some more Hopium for you guys, babies. Have you ever considered a collab with Jeff Waldorf, the logical leftist and news-based show? I've never heard of this person, but I will check out their channel. Whew. Now, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying that stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, this show's only possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not do it. I could not start a stream at midnight and just do a late show, Wow, time's flying tonight, right? We're getting through stuff. Is chat aroused? I don't know. I'm not seeing the subs and donos that would indicate arousal. Let's see here. My favorite news dude, Steve Boots, got a raid. I don't know who Steve Boots is. Would you collab with Crystal Kyle and friends? Guys, usually the answers are yes for those big figures like Crystal Kyle and friends, Majority Report, etc. For places I don't know, then I don't know. I'd have to look into it more. But I'm willing to build a coalition with others to try and meet the political moment we're in, Whew. Let's see. It's the end of the month and I'm broke, but I can pay in cheers. Hell yeah, Mini-Me. I love the energy. Let's see. I'm wondering where we should start. Omega Star, thank you for being a member. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Alex Mex, is Vosh bad? I don't think so. I think his analysis is usually all right. Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Got to get Jack on Bituation Room. I would do that. Yeah. Let's see here. Can I have my Prime sub best I could do? Always appreciate a Prime sub, Droning Goddess. YouTube Super Chat doesn't let me say moist. Huh. Gross. Weird. I think we should get Jack to run for Congress. There are too many nudes of me on the internet to run for Congress. Beep boop. Yeah, the whole did sex work thing for a bit might be a hindrance, but you know, at some point, who gives a shit? We'll see. I gotta cook for a while longer. But Jack, the people are aroused. Oh god. Own it. I do own it. I just also recognize that a lot of people you know, that is a major hurdle. Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the 600 biddies over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Would you collab with a Marxist-Leninist to go against Trump and the Republicans? Depends on the Marxist-Leninist, I guess. Generally, no. I would just be like, you do your thing, I'll do my thing. If you want to funnel people into Indivisible or something, go for it. But like, I'm not
bad, but
making
also
an official
Brad.
coalition.
Therefore, Vosh Brad.
Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. Can we normalize? When can we normalize sex work not being taboo? I don't know. Maybe after we defeat this Christian nationalist movement that's trying to kill us all. Let's see. So you're against Marxist-Leninists as much as you're against Republicans? I'm against all authoritarians. Like it's not a complicated stance for me. What's a good model on sex work? Legalization or decriminalization? So far I've heard decriminalization is great for starters. I would say start with decriminalization because in the sex worker community there's like 2 very different strains of thought, and like some people think it should be better and it would be better served in like a gray zone. I think honestly the main concern would be turning it into a purely capitalistic enterprise. Because the workers, let me put it this way. I think worker co-ops in this context would be good, but also like it gets messy. Yeah, decriminalization is a great place to start. You can go further from there if necessary, but like start with that, figure out ethical ways to like form and maintain like those sex worker unions or like cooperatives, and like go on from there, because honestly worker protections need to be paramount if that field were ever to be legalized. But don't you think Marxist-Leninists are the lesser evil compared to the right? Let me put it this way: I don't fundamentally trust people who borrowed their ideology from Stalin. Like, I don't trust that. I trust Marxism. I trust communism. I trust Karl Marx's labor theory of value. I just don't think that the ideology concocted by Joseph Stalin to justify his authoritarian regime is good, and I don't think it's a good basis for what a leftist future or vision should be. Because I think any kind of society that values workers owning, the means of production, the core component of, Marxism, must also value democratic rule. Like if you are trying to do an authoritarianism, you aren't going to be in favor of workers actually owning their own workplaces. What you wind up doing is just having the state own the workplaces, and the state owning the workplace is not at all the same thing. You've just replaced the boss with a larger mechanism. So like I'm not interested in trading one authoritarian for another. And again, if you remember what I said was, if these Marxist-Leninist orgs want to like have people turn out to do Tesla takedown protests or go to indivisible organizational rallies or, do things that are productive, they should do it. I'm just not terribly interested in writing a treaty with a group of Marxist-Leninists and inviting them into my community and like putting my seal of approval on them. I feel like it's not that difficult to understand. I'm anti-authoritarian in practically all cases. Hello, Story Girl. I hope you're doing well as well. Anyway, hope that clears up that question. Beep boop. Yeah, I've just never ever understood the idea that like, oh man, we really believe in workers democratically owning the capital. But, we won't trust workers to democratically operate their country. That seems insane. Like, it seems like an insanely hypocritical ideological position to take. Yeah, exactly. Like, the entire premise of communism is democratic at heart. And yeah, like, workers in a democracy could vote to organize the economy. But like, when you make a dictator in charge of that, like, it precludes the ability to organize. Exactly. Like, I don't know. I believe in the long arc of history that we're going to come up with socialism. We're going to move forward with it because of its inherent superiority to capitalism in a number of different ways. And I think once we hit upon that, we move forward, we protect it, we nurture it, and over time, the need for the state and the need for the commodity form may erode. But, that could be something that's like 1,000 years in the future, like, we'll see. We'll see. But I'm a realist. I'm not terribly interested in arguing like, oh man, communism versus socialism versus whatever. Like, I want to talk about actual tangible steps to make things better. My worldview just kind of generally aligns with socialism as a concept. I fundamentally disagree that worker ownership is socialist. If you don't get rid of the profit motive, it's just capitalism with co-ops. It's worker-owned capitalism, in my view. Yeah, but I think that's an improvement over what we have. I like understand that when we're talking about like getting rid of markets as a concept, that's a long-term goal. That is like very long-term. So, like, one of the things I would argue is that worker ownership of the means of production is the primary thing about socialism. Like, profit motive is not the primary thing about socialism. Worker ownership is. It is who controls the capital, who organizes that capital, who implements that capital. And so fundamentally, that is at the heart of what socialism is. And I think that over time, if you allow and nurture that system, there can be changes done via the aggregate worker in a democracy to bring about like the erosion of, like I was saying, the state and also markets, or like at the very least the commodity form, which my argument is that even if you got rid of the commodity form, there would still be markets in some sense. But like, I think once we start going down that conversation rabbit hole, like it gets very speculative in a way that I don't find particularly useful for our modern era. Let's see. Jimmy Hennessy in Twitch chat writes, I'm a humanist communist, but because of my pacifism, makes me want to try reform. So democratic socialism through a completely co-op economy. Then we plan a complete humanist communist structure, abolish everything, and extremely quickly establish the new system to reduce harm significantly. My issue is that, like, I think that the first step is good, like democratic socialism through a co-op economy. Excellent first step. The issue though is that we're talking about globally. Like, it can't be a step that is taken simply by like one country. Like, it has to be done in a broader global sense. Like, the economic system of a co-op economy needs to propagate through the world and to become the new norm in order that, like, we can start looking at other ways. I don't think that there is a way to quickly establish a new system to reduce harm. Like, I just don't think that there's a way to do that. I think instead what you need is a gradual evolution of the concept. Yeah, like, when we look at the broad sweep of history, like, a revolution can topple a dictator. I don't know that a revolution is particularly successful at establishing a broad new economic model that abolishes everything. Like, I don't think, much like how Project 2025, even with years of planning and billions of dollars backing it, couldn't simply just walk into the US government, unplug everything, and plug in its new fascist agenda. Similarly, you can't just do that to a country of like 300 million people plus when it comes to like better improvements on that society. You know? My whole thing is just that I believe in evolutionary socialism. I believe in fighting for the democratic mechanisms that allow us to take steps forward towards that goal, and that eventually, as we achieve that goal, it makes it harder and harder for that consolidation of wealth to take place that leads to like someone with, you know, $400 billion controlling a single nation. And so that would just be my general goal. A socialist country where capital is broadly owned via democratic co-ops, and where, you know, there's a strong enough social safety net that we have abolished, you know, homelessness, hunger, you know, health, that no one's dying because they're not covered by healthcare. I think that these are meaningfully large enough steps that, like, I am not suffering from shonen protagonist anime syndrome, like, enough to think that we're going to see all of that in my lifetime. You know, I think when we're talking about like the erosion of the need for a state in a globalized world, we're talking about something that is going to take hundreds, if not thousands of years. And I don't think it's impossible. I just think it's something that takes time. Like the idea of something that has existed for, you know, millennia simply not existing anymore, that I think that is something that similarly takes time to die out. Have you considered that you might actually be the main character? No, don't be ridiculous. I think that's just liberal brain poisoning, limiting what you perceive the realm of the possible to be. I mean, I don't think so. When I say like the idea of the state, we've literally had ideas of the state for like the last 12,000 years. You know, at minimum. I mean, we can probably go back farther than that, like ideas of like city states and such. So what I'm trying to say is that the idea of capitalism has been around for like 400 years. You know, I think we can dismantle that one. I think we are capable of doing that. I think similarly, we are capable of envisioning a world where, you know, no one goes hungry, no one is homeless, no one suffers from a lack of healthcare. But also, you know, I think it takes longer to unlearn certain ideas. You know, maybe a better way to think about this is in terms of patriarchy. You know, the idea that women deserve rights is, you know, at least in America, like didn't come into its own until like, I don't know, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, maybe. And then that began like the legislative push. But like when we're talking about the idea of patriarchy and patriarchal thought not holding sway over society anymore, we're talking about something that has literally been ingrained for, you know, possibly 30,000 years or more. You can read Graeber's History of Debt. He actually gives a really good talk, if you don't want to read the book, but he gives a really good talk about it as well, where he traces kind of the history of ownership and private property and capitalism through the evolving ideas of, you know, dowry, you know, like selling selling your daughter and like protecting kind of bloodlines and such. It's a really great book and a really great talk as well. But like kind of what I'm trying to get at here is like, this is now an idea that hasn't been around for 400 years. This is now an idea that's been around for 30,000 years. You know, that is deeply embedded in everything from like the language we have to the cultural traditions we have to like every different level of how we relate to the world. And I'm not saying it's impossible to defeat. I'm just suggesting that like unlearning that is a long process. And part of what I'm trying to get at here is that I speak right now from a place of not ever, even if I dedicated my life like just in solitude to trying to unlearn patriarchal ideas that have been instilled in me, I would not be able to free my own mind of it, let alone a future, like the next generation, you know? And so I guess my argument here is that there are some things that are embedded in our society and embedded in our minds and embedded in our language that take time to unlearn. So, like, that's my whole argument. My whole argument is that the idea of a society continuing to exist without a state, that's going to be something that takes a long time to learn and a long time for people to just generally trust in kind of a socialist world. Similarly to people unlearning the idea of patriarchy. And so like all I'm saying is that like it took hundreds and hundreds of years of people suggesting in a myriad uncountable small ways that in fact people did not need a king in order to live. And then it culminated in action. And it turns out we don't need a king in order to live. That's great. But that is the result of hundreds of years of people discussing it, if not 1,000 more years of people discussing it. So all I'm saying is that things take time. The arc of history is broad, and we live for like a blink of it, you know? Question, is Trump an ANCAP? No. Trump is just a capitalist. I don't think he cares about anarchy. I think he just cares about accumulation. Yeah, I think I'm not entirely against Lenin's ideas per se, but what we call Marxist-Leninism is Stalin's idea. It's Stalin's bastardization of what Lenin wrote and what Marx wrote into something that is wholly
Nobody knows
antithetical
how this will
to both.
go because we don't know how bad climate change will shake things up ultimately. Maybe
True.
Bronze Age collapse style, who knows?
True, Von Tux. True. How would anarcho-capitalism work? That's the secret. It wouldn't. That's the secret here. Would you be okay with a mix between worker-owned businesses and nationalized businesses? Yes, though I think at the end of the day, I would want a transition for those nationalized businesses to be, in some sense, worker-owned as well. How would an ANCAP work during its initial few years, though? I mean, it would simply loot the pre-existing government, live off that for a while, and then it would be like full Mad Max Thunderdome. Like it would just be cuckoo bananas. It's not a functional society. In the best case, you're like recreating Immortan Joe's society from Mad Max Fury Road. Like that's best case scenario for anarcho-capitalism. You know, guy finds a way to monopolize a thing that people need in order to live, like water, for example, and then like just becomes the God King. That's how that works. You know? Hey!
Great societies are built by those who plant trees whose shade they'll never sit in. We won't see it happen, but we live knowing we're planting seeds.
Exactly, Charlotte. Exactly. You get it. Trees take time to grow, to take root, you know? Some of the largest organisms still currently living on Earth are colonial tree colonies, and those have taken thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years to build, and they all spread from, you know, just a handful of plantings. You know, we do work so that our children and our grandchildren might play beneath the boughs. The text isn't showing up for YouTube Super Chats. It's not showing up on my screen either. I can't fix it right now. I burned my life to bring about a sunrise I know I'll never see. Exactly, Anodyne Quinine. So yeah, it's a long struggle, you know. Like I don't know what to say. Like people who lived in company towns and fought the Pinkertons, like they weren't expecting like the world to change around them and for like America to fall. They were just trying to better their corner of the world and like gain some rights and dignity. And I think similarly, most struggle in the world revolves around that. It's the small fight that you can actually fight, you know? It's sad, though, the tale of building a society you'll never see. Is it sad? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's the best of us, really. You know, the idea of humans living for an idea and a concept of betterment larger than ourselves, like I think that's beautiful, actually. Like I think people acting out of a place of radical love for their children or their neighbors' children, I think that's some of the best we have, you know? Like if I looked at, you know, humanity as a whole and I was a space alien, like that would be the thing that would ennoble us. For as petty and as violent and as quick and short as we are, like I think that's beautiful. Will you cover the election in Canada at all over the next month? I will do my best, but honestly, LB, like every single day I wake up and I look at all of the news in America and I'm just like, this is some shit. And then I have time to cover exactly like 3 things. You know? That idea gives religion vibes, though. I don't give a shit about vibes. Like, I'm sorry, the idea that like my children or your children are a religion is silly. That's silliness. The idea that building a better world for your children is religion, that no.
What I worry about is the rise of fascist governments as climate migration ramps up. If we don't beat ethno-nationalism now, that's where we're headed.
Alexis Vandam, that is actually what spurred me to start streaming in the first place about politics. Yeah, eco-fascism is a very real threat. very, very real. And I'm really worried about if we don't beat back this Trump administration in America, like, it is going to be, it's going to be bad, you know? It's going to be, I mean, it's going to radicalize people to the far right in even greater numbers. We need to have programs in place to house and feed everyone universally, and then actually follow through and do so to the people who come to our shores. Pew, pew, pew. All right. You guys ready for like the next segment we were gonna do? Because like that wasn't even a segment. That was just I like talking about my socialist views. Beep boop. The socialists are roused. I've never seen socialists so aroused before. Just pisses me off that I won't get to see it. Man, more of you guys need to like plant flowers or something in like a little window pot. You know? Like, I don't know. It is satisfying to plant. To sow and reap. To understand the flow of time and the nature of seasons. You know, get some dirt under your nails, because like I think genuinely just a little potted plant can maybe instill in you like a little bit of an idea of like, hey, sure, it might suck to not see a flower in full bloom, but it still feels pretty damn good planting one that you know will bloom someday. I'm a black thumb. Okay, but have you considered growing sunchokes though? Have you considered growing sunchokes though? They're really, really easy. You just get a couple tubers and you're basically good to go forever. Also, I'm gonna totally not like an actual segment. I just really like this new channel I found. So this is just my little, oh my god, sorry, what a minute. Oh god, sorry. Sometimes I get recommended videos for TYT and they're just really bad. What was it? Going to find this. Found it. Okay, so I just like gardening. I like plants. I like planning potentially like a future garden if I ever have like a land upon which I can till, and I stumbled across this delightful man who makes these like videos about growing things, and the channel is called Grow Veg, I believe. Yeah, Grow Veg. Has almost 1 million subscribers. Good stuff. And man, this guy's just a delight. Look at this guy.
Everyone loves potatoes, but did you know there's a vegetable that's even easier to grow, tastes delicious and needs almost no care? This is the Jerusalem artichoke or sunchoke, and it's an all-round garden star, as we're about to find out. Let me show you. And here we are, my artichoke patch. Now it doesn't look like much, does it? But believe me, under here are untold riches.
Like I just like him. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy who wants to teach you how to grow stuff. Is the dog included? You can get a dog.
Planted last year, and I've been saving them till this very moment to dig them up. Shall we?
Look at how enthusiastic
there are many
he
reasons
is.
to grow Jerusalem artichokes, and this right here is one of them. Jerusalem artichokes are one of the most prolific vegetables you can grow, and they're one of the easiest, because unlike, say, potatoes, the tubers can stay in here all winter to lift up as they are needed at your convenience. No special storage required. This is one of the joys of this hardy plant. Not only is it super hardy, good in zones sort of 3 all the way up to zone 9, it's pretty much bomb-proof, suffering very few diseases like blight and hardly any pest attacks from the likes of, say, potato beetle. Plant it towards the end of winter and watch it romp away. Now,
so anyway, I just thought it was really cool. You know, like, hey, do you want something that's like a potato, but like kind of different and cool, and like for whatever reason isn't widely sold in America because it's treated like a weed? And like, yeah, I do want that, actually. I do want a tasty thing to try in my mouth and to cook with. Let's see here. He in that one plot that you see him like uncovering there, he grew 20 pounds of tubers. And I was just like, oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, look at these little guys.
Year after year with the merest effort from you. Now this little lot grew in a slightly shaded spot surrounded by shrubbery. If you grow them in full sun, well, you can expect even more tubers. I'm actually going to move my Jerusalem artichoke bed to a new area because last year I found they just grew so tall that they actually flopped over and got in the way of surrounding.
Let's see if we can find a really good picture of like the flowers here. They have like these really dandy yellow flowers. I like this part of the video where he talks about like how they got their name.
Plants. Now it's no wonder this is often touted as the one crop you need to grow in case of the apocalypse. I can see why. Jerusalem artichokes aren't actually from Jerusalem.
What's this guy's name?
And actually bear no resemblance or relation to globe artichokes either, which are in fact a type of thistle. These guys are in fact more closely related to sunflowers. And when you consider their lofty habit and cheery yellow flowers, you can...
Yeah, look at that. Look at how jaunty they are. I'm a sucker for like an edible plant that has a jaunty flower. Have you guys ever seen potato flowers, by the way? Look at this. Look at how fucking cute potato flowers are. Look at that. That's adorable. Have you ever heard the idea of the noble savage? Yes, I have heard that trope. And yes, it is in fact very racist to view non-Western, non-white cultures as like inherently like more in tune with nature or some shit. So that's what I'm supposed to be seeing. Why won't my potatoes bloom? It's adorable. They're adorable. I don't know. Anyway.
Really see why. And that's probably where they get their alternative name of sunchokes from. These guys can grow really, really tall, sort of 10 foot or 3 meters plus, and they flower in profusion in the late summer. So this makes them a really decorative plant in their own right. The name Jerusalem artichoke is likely a corruption of the Italian for sunflower, girasole, which means turning to the sun. And the artichoke part, well, that's probably because they bear an uncanny resemblance in taste to the globe artichoke.
But also, okay, real quick, because I went down a rabbit hole when I came across this video. Let's see, like, you can basically do so many different things to them. You can, like, roast them, you can, like, mash them, you can turn them into, like, a good, like, thickening agent for a soup. It's really, really good stuff. Let's see. Yeah, you can also make, like, a really good soup. Do they have a lot of carbs? I'm not sure about the carbs situation for sunchokes. They do have a lot of fiber, so they're known for giving people gas, but, like, I don't know, most Americans need more fiber anyway. I'm trying to find a good image. Ah, yes. Yeah, just, like, look at how good this looks. Like, that looks tasty as hell to me. Right there. Like a sunchoke puree. And then, like, you know, putting in, like some kind of cream, maybe, like, some butter and salt. It has, like, a similar texture to potato, but it also is, like kind of nutty and rich. So, like, apparently you typically only want to, like, serve, like, small servings of it because it can actually be more dense than potato. But, like, damn, that looks good. Yeah, one of the most important things to consider. Yeah, some nice puree. How to use it. Serve warm under scallops, shrimp, or seafood. Serve with braised meat to soak up the pan juices like mashed potatoes. Can be thinned with chicken stock to make a simple, rich soup. Puree pairs well with just about any meat. It can be used to season mashed potatoes too. Take the puree while it's warm, mix it into mashed potatoes instead of adding cream. And oh yeah, also, like, rosemary goes super good with it apparently. And, like, I don't know, I just saw this and I was like, that looks sublime. That looks amazing. Like, I want to grow these and then eat them. That seems really fun. Is the noble savage racist because it generalizes non-Western cultures? Yeah. Like, it's kind of like the trope of, like, the magical N-word character in fiction. Like, this idea that, like, black people are like Mary Poppinses that are gonna, like, come into white people's lives and, like, fix them with black people magic. It's similar to that. The noble savage is aligned with that. Are your weights available tonight? No, this is my alternative streaming spot. What's your take on spirituality? My take is not super interesting. I'm interested in religious ideas quite a bit, but I don't feel like I have any particularly interesting insights into it. Like, to me, it's a whole it's a whole mystery box situation. We don't know what's inside. And the only way to know is to open it up, but then you aren't going to be able to communicate to anybody what it was. Additionally, like, there are things in this world I cannot explain, but I am also extremely limited as a human being with a finite lifespan, and like, I do not want to attribute to something I don't know the power of godhood. Does that make sense? Does that, I feel like that makes sense to me. Additionally, I suppose if there is like a God in the kind of sense of like a Christian, you know, Abrahamic religion style God, like, it would strike me as potentially being kind of an evil eldritch entity of some kind, you know? Like, when you read a lot of the verses, and this might be kind of controversial, this is just kind of my take on it, like, I don't know, I think maybe like a God that is willing to kill billions of people, or to order the genocide of different groups of people, or for another smaller example, like, empower a prophet to summon bears to maul children to death for making fun of him for being bald. Like, like, that to me suggests a level of malevolence. And to me, like, on top of that, like, the idea of it being like a human in the clouds, there's nothing to back that up, really. Like, when you break down the theology, it lends itself much more to, like, there is an unknowable entity that, were you to witness it, it would kill you outright, or at the very least shatter your mind. And, like, to me, that indicates some level of, like, eldritch monstrosity, you know? As a Christian, I agree, very eldritch coded. Yeah, and that's something that I think a lot of people, like, that's something I believed more so, like even more so when I was like a Christian, and it's just kind of like, I think a lot of people don't reckon with that element of you know, Abrahamic religious belief often. I agree. I studied religion for my bachelor's, and the Abrahamic God is a monster. There's no evidence of it at all. Yeah, do you think anti-theism is a form of prejudice? No. I think like, to a certain degree, like, saying like, oh, you cannot believe these things, I think might rise to the level of prejudice for sure. But like, in the sense of like, I disagree with you and think that what you believe is not real, I don't think that is prejudice. Does that make sense? Like, the state persecuting a religion, prejudice. Someone disagreeing with a religion, not prejudice. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think you can disagree with a religion and, like, even potentially, like, advocate that people deconvert. Or not deconvert, but, like, convert to, like, a more agnostic or atheistic perspective without being, like, a prick about it. I think it's possible. But, you know. Eh. Yeah, Gnosticism is interesting, Maro Cat. I find it more aligned with, like, mythology in a lot of cases, in a way that I'm just, like, not terribly convinced by. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's potentially like some room for that question when it comes to like how do you de-radicalize people who are Christian nationalists, you know, who believe that it's their religion calls them to like overthrow the state. I think in that particular case that like there might be like some call for anti-theism, but like we're talking in like some pretty extreme scenarios. Fundamentalists of any religious persuasion are not a good look, we'll say. Let me put it this way, I am quite vehemently anti-fundamentalism in religion. I'm not necessarily anti-religion, if that makes sense. It's funny that we're having this discussion because like literally like the other night I was just exhausted and I couldn't sleep, and it was like 3:00 in the morning, and I turned on the movie Heretic. That is a phenomenal film about the nature of belief. And I would recommend it. Hugh Grant is creepy as fuck in that movie, and like I've never seen him be able to let go in that way, and it's so fun to watch. Hello, Tipster. What a nice, calming movie to fall asleep to. Well, I fell asleep to the movie after that, which was Pretty Woman. What if all religions are correct at the same time? Ah, Cabin in the Woods, I see. Ever watched Dogma? No. Not a huge Kevin Smith guy. You know, I don't like Kevin Smith movies particularly. Like I tried Tusk, and Tusk is just not my jam. It's just not. I hate it. So many of his movies just don't land for me. Aren't most normal people anti-fundamentalist? I think most normal people aren't necessarily able to identify a fundamentalist. What don't you like about Kevin Smith? I just don't like his movies. I actually find his like kind of like pot smoking, like pop culture enjoying podcast probably the more endearing part of his career. I heard like he did like a cult hostage movie that I heard was good. I haven't seen that one yet. Was it Red State? I wanted to say it was Red State. I wasn't sure if that was the name though. Have I seen the show Slow Horses? Nope. I've heard a lot of good things about Dogma. I've nothing against like trying new movies. I like it a lot. I like new movies. American atheists tend to mostly focus on Christianity and Islam, but they are overlooking other religions that are way less harmful, like Buddhism, Shintoism, Zoroastrianism, etc. Yeah, but like there's a reason for that, right? Like it's because Christianity is like the main thing that most American atheists interact with all the time. And in America, Christianity is the religious force that has been powering the conservative movement in this country for decades. You know, since the Southern strategy, it's been like almost half a century of the Southern strategy, which directly was mobilizing evangelical Christians into the conservative party. So it's like, yeah, American atheists tend to focus on where the power is kind of like concentrated in America. Also, yeah, less harmful maybe in an American context. In other contexts, potentially harmful. I'm sorry to hear that, John Smith. All right. Well, anyway, sunchokes are really cool, and I like them. And like, I don't know. He talks a little bit about these.
Blended into soups with that lovely, rich depth of taste that they offer. You can also eat them raw, grated, or cubed into salads. But if you want to reduce its wind-inducing impact still further, then try fermenting your tubers. Just slice up nicely clean tubers into thinnish slices like this, and then we're going to mix them with a little bit of chopped up salad onion and some garlic and ginger and some salt to create a kind of briny solution.
You know, I don't say this often, and it's a very high point of praise for me, but I feel like this man would be genuinely great friends with Paddington.
And then, because I like it a bit spicy, some chili flakes and of course the salt. Now this is a little...
Oh my god, a British man who can actually use spice? Hell must have frozen over.
A little bit like a kimchi or perhaps a sauerkraut. So I'm just creating a kind of briny solution, and we'll be adding a little bit of water shortly, and that will naturally ferment then and naturally preserve it. And then just press it down a bit so it's nice and compact, and then fill it with water just so it's only just covered. This is now going to go indoors at room temperature in the dark to start fermenting. Now I'll need to burp it every now and then, just release some of the air like that in case it builds up and explodes. But once the bubbles have stopped at the
I've had them, salmon mousse. They're tasty. I just, you know, like you got to make them right.
Sides here, which means fermentation is slowing down. This is safe, and it can then go in the fridge where it should keep for
I just didn't know that I had them at the time.
Good news, you can add Jerusalem.
Also, this is cool. Like, I know this is like an app that he's selling, but I like genuinely, this would be incredible if I had garden space to actually like plant stuff. Like you can basically run your garden like a goddamn Harvest Moon game.
To any plan in the garden planner. And as you stretch it out, it automatically calculates how many you need for the space you have.
That's cool as hell.
The clever bit, when you go to the plant list, it will show you exactly when to plant and when you can expect to harvest your tubers, along with all the other crops on your plan. If you'd like to try out the garden planner for free, then just follow the link or the QR code.
Look, far be it from me to tell you guys to scan that QR code, but if you have a garden and you need to like help organize it, like go for it. You know, I showed you guys this guy's content, and I think he's really cool, so you might as well scan that QR code and help him out, all right? Looks like the garden from Cookie Clicker. Maybe. Do you plan on covering Doge destabilizing the US seed bank? Not today. Beep boop. IRL Stardew, too hard. Have you heard of the general strike? No, tell me when it is. What day is it being planned for? If you say April 5th, I'm gonna be so upset. There's a website. Need 11 million before the date is set. Oh, that's something, I guess. I'm very skeptical of just kind of grassroots people signing up to do a general strike. I feel like a real general strike is what's... Nothing's wrong with April 5th. It's just that I'm sick of seeing people on TikTok being like, okay, everyone, time to do a general strike on April 5th, or like insert random day. And like, that's not how you put together a general strike. That's just not how that works. Like, it takes massive coordination from, like, major labor unions and worker co-ops, and, like, we don't have that. The closest thing we have is gearing up for a 2028 general strike headed by, like, the UAW. Is there a term for someone who's conservative on social issues and leftist on economic issues? Yeah, piece of shit. Can we get a channel link? Absolutely. There you go. Please megaphone the strike. It's got to be as big as possible. It is LARP. If you are just saying we're all gonna do a general strike on March 10th, that is LARP. It is not real. I've seen this happen dozens of times in like the last several years. Like, the idea that people are going to do that because of a call to action on TikTok is not realistic. This is like people saying, okay, everyone, just don't buy anything on one day, and then we did the general strike. And like, that's not that. Like, in order to have a general strike, you need to have the resources to maintain the strike. You need to have coordination between large, coordinated groups of people who will actually stand in solidarity. You need to organize with those groups. There needs to be time to like put all these people together and have them on the same page about how it's going to work. And like, if we don't have that, and I don't see it yet until like 2028 potentially, but if we don't have that, then really what we have to fall back on is essentially people just organically being that pissed off. And like, that's possible. I think, for example, if those Trump budget cuts go through, and like Medicaid gets slashed and Social Security goes down, like these are catalysts that could kick off a mass general strike. But like, you're asking people to give up who live paycheck to paycheck. You're asking people to give up that paycheck that they require to live. So like, the idea that it's like, oh, just we'll do one on a random day. It's not that simple. Believing it is that simple is a LARP. This is why unions have strike funds that they pay up and they build up over years so that they can go on strike, and that like someone's kid doesn't fucking die in the hospital because they don't have the money to pay the bills. These are the actual like stakes when we're talking about that. And like, frankly, not taking that into account, to me, shows how deeply unserious an attempt is. Jimmy Hennessy, I don't know you from like random shit on the street. I don't know you. Like, you're a stranger to me, and you're like, oh no, trust me, bro. We have everything sorted out. We've covered everything, and I just don't believe you. Present evidence. I'm sorry, I'm not here to jerk you off and tell you what a good chatter you are. Can I have a flyer passed out yesterday? Yeah, you can. Whisper it to a mod. Whisper a link to a mod. Get in there. Damn. This better be fucking convincing as shit.
April 5th is a big protest day. Anyone calling it a general strike might as well be a Fed trying to discredit the protests that day and undermine the concept of a general strike more broadly.
And yeah, I know April 5th is a big protest day. I just know that like sometimes people are like go hog wild and they're like, "Oh yes, it's a general strike. No one buy products from Amazon." It's like that's not what this is. Yeah, how about instead of linking a flyer, you tell me a website I can go to. How about that? Yeah, and like the thing is with stuff like this, sure. Like if people want to go and support generalstrikeus.com, like go for it. But like I would be very hesitant to provide all of this information personally. I would also say that like 311,000 isn't nothing. But we need exponentially more people to participate in this if we want to get it even remotely close to viable. And like, that's fine. But also like, there's a lot of work to do to reach that amount of people before it's more of like a thing, before it's more real, you know? Why would they ask for that info unless it's an RSVP? I would suggest looking into the history of the United States government torpedoing mobilization in organizations like this. Like that, I would just say that. Hello, Ms. Milena. How you doing? Good night, John Smith. Y'all serious? Man. Man. You know, as someone who's like very aware of like the fate of like Fred Hampton, like, I don't know, maybe like filling stuff out like this from an organization you've never heard of before is maybe like something you should consider. Y'all been to protests? Yeah. But there's a big difference between going to a protest and like handing an unknown group your information. Like I don't man. Do you just give your social security number out to anyone who asks? For fuck's sake. Read my other messages? Nah, I'm done. I'm done. I gave you enough time and you're just being completely worthless. Go do it someplace else. You've wasted my time, you've wasted the time of everyone else here. No. Like, I don't know, like, someone I didn't ask directly for strike info managed to drop that information in chat before you did. And instead you're just bitching and moaning about, oh, do you guys even go to protests? I'm not interested in a virtue signal off. If you're interested in that, there are plenty of circles you can go to. This is not for that. Go fuck off. Fix your heart or die. Like, you know, like, Jesus Christ. I have no interest in people trying to come into this community to virtue signal about being like the most righteous leftist. I do not give a shit. Like, I cannot stress enough how little a shit I give about virtue signaling horse shit. Jesus. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just think the idea of actual serious action requires, you know, serious consideration. Like, if you are asking people to risk their livelihoods and by extension the lives and well-being of their family for a mass mobilization of a general strike, maybe you should be a bit more serious about it. You know, like maybe you should take the idea that you need like an established legal defense fund, the idea that you need like, you know, emergency payments for people who are, you know, in experiencing medical necessity or like hardship. Like, I don't know, man. It's so frustrating. Hey, Godzilla Incarnate, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hi, Rilv, Jessica Denson, closely 21st century suffragist for you and every human who wishes to be a part. I'm not entirely sure what your donation message means, but I do like suffragettes. I think they're neat. Does the far right groom neurodivergent people against their own interests? I guess insofar as like the far right would rather kill neurodivergent people than like provide them any kind of assistance. Yes. Yeah, the Organization for a General Strike. You'd want the largest unions behind that. Like, I don't know. The closest thing we have that I am aware of to an actual viable general strike is going to be in 2028, because Sean Fain and the UAW have been going around and organizing with other unions in order to have 2028 being the year that unions negotiate for better contracts. Like having everyone negotiating that at the same time and enabling like mass potential mobilization in the in that case. Is it an anti-Trump strike? Genuinely no idea, Johnny Bravo. The person who was adamant about it in Twitch chat never put up or shut up. Beep boop. Wondering how do we fundraise for 2028? Well, union members would be doing the fundraising, i.e. like part of their union dues go into strike funds, etc. You know. Where can I get info about this 2028 union strike? I mean, it's not like they're not saying in 2028 we're going to have a general strike, but they are saying like, oh, Sean Fain yeah, I mean, here's a good article about it from The Guardian. We want everyone walking out. UAW chief outlines mass strike for May 2028. So it would not be a general strike, but it would be maybe potentially the largest strike in U.S. history. Why do you say beep boop? Probably because I have ADHD. I have not been tested for it, but it's like a verbal tick. And it's just kind of fun to say. It's satisfying. Try it. Try it. It's fun. Dumb question, but why plan a strike that far into the future? Aren't strikes meant to protest something happening currently or in the near future? Well, it's a mass strike because building up union power across sectors allows for more coordinated striking action to allow workers better pay, better negotiating power, etc. A good example of this is in I forget if it was Sweden. I think it was Sweden. You know, Elon Musk was trying to do some shitty stuff with their Tesla workers in Sweden, and I believe dock workers and like transportation unions refused to like move Tesla merchandise because basically like that's the power. If you have multiple groups across sectors organized together and you're all negotiating your contracts at the same time, you have more negotiating power because they know, hey, if you strike, those other groups and other unions are going to support the strike as well. Yep. So the reason it's important to have all of these union contracts expiring at the same time is because then, out of necessity, due to like the timing of all of those contracts expiring and needing to be renegotiated, all the unions are going to be on the same page at the same time due to like their material circumstances. My question is, why strike that far into the future? Because when we're talking about a strike on the scale necessary for some of these large firms, you need to plan that far in advance. Because it's like when you're talking about fights on the scale that they are potentially eyeing, like you do not have an infinite amount of resources. Like you're talking about fighting a company that has tens of billions, if not a war chest of trillions, you know? And so you need to have that solidarity, and you need to have time to build up that solidarity and the war chest in order to fight that. It's economic warfare. Yeah, it's class warfare. Yeah, like the effort to organize all of those contracts expiring in 2028 has been a multi-year effort that has been going on for like the last 5 to 6 years. Did you see Brendan Mulligan talk about at the Actors Guild strike? I did not, but I bet it was great and stirring and moving. Anyway, we got so far off topic. You guys successfully distracted me for how long? An hour and a half. Okay, hi. If you're enjoying the stream, folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I very much appreciate it because you guys make this show possible. Is that a new record? It might be close, you know? Oof. All right.
Thank you so much to James A.
Princess Fiona, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Man, so much stuff I wanted to cover today, and we're not going to get to much of it. Ugh. Silver Scale, thank you for the gifted membership. All right, you guys want to see some light violence? Oh, you have Faith Faulkner with that membership too. Hell yeah. All right, so this here is a protest outside of a Tesla dealership in Berkeley. And well, let's just take a look. So, as you can see, this guy took out a taser and tased these two people. Now, what happened next, you'll never believe. Now, in case you guys missed it there, this man tased that old lady, and that old lady grabbed him by the hair and smashed him into a window of a car. And one thing you should know about that old lady, she is a researcher with 16,000 citations in medical literature. She's a professor of medicine. So she literally was just like, "Nah, I'm not gonna put up with this shit." And as we'll watch the rest of the clip here, but I just had to get that out at the beginning. dog got arrested. Oh God. What happened before the protest? Trump supporter tried to do his own counter protest solo at a Tesla takedown protest. And instead of like peaceably doing his counter protest, he pulled out a stun gun and started trying to use it on peaceful protesters there. And in defense, that old lady smashed his head into a window, and then the cops took him away. So that is the full context there. Hatred made Protag looking ass. Yeah, cops actually did their jobs, surprisingly. Also, and you guys aren't gonna believe this. His name is Rick Fuse. The guy who attacked random people, his name is Rick Fuse. Early 2000s Xbox 360 game protagonist motherfucker. Rick Fuse. That sounds like the kind of thing they'd rename Bomberman for that really edgy reboot of Bomberman. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Does anyone remember that? Bomberman Act Zero. You know what? Can we show a trailer? Oh my god. Wait, should we go gameplay cinematic? Let's go gameplay cinematic.
I woke up in a dark, cold basement. Is this a dream or reality? Why? What for? Who brought me here? The escape to the ground, the battle for survival begins now. An ultimate human being weapon. Bomberman begins from Xbox 360.
Holy moly. He got a short fuse. The Rick Fuse revenge arc. Oh god, you know, just out of curiosity now, that was so bad. Let's look at the E3 trailer. It was at E3? Yeah. Oh my god, this looks like such ass. I hope everyone understands now what I meant by, like, his name sounds like a protagonist from this era of video game. Damn, it goes so hard. The ultimate weapon is about to surface. Oh god, it's so bad. Did I miss a grandma smashing face? You did. Zudo, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I appreciate it. But you know what? You know what? I think we all deserve to see it again. Oh, he thought he was just gonna bike away. I didn't notice the bike before. Anyway, yeah, he pulled a fucking stun gun on an old lady and like just like a guy who was standing there, and then tried to bike away. And just like said, "No, son. Gonna try and stun gun my granny. She gonna throw hands on you." Let's see here. What should we do? Should we do? Should we do? All right, you know what? You know what? Let's open with some Hopium. Let's do some Hopium with Tim Walz. Okay, I got a few other things here to show you guys, but you know we'll do the Tim Walz thing first, because it's probably about all I've got gas for at the moment, you know, and then I need to go to sleep. I got things I got to do in the morning. Gotta get my car fixed, but yes, please consider supporting the show. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And let's jump in here, shall we? So, folks, there's this guy named Tim Walz, and he, well, was the vice presidential pick of one Kamala Harris, and unsuccessfully made a bid to be the vice president of the United States. However, dude's been going around indicating he might want to try and be not vice president next time, but president. And I, for one, think he's kind of been nailing it. Obviously that they're like never going to be like a perfect candidate, but like dude is saying all of the things and nailing like the emotional beats that he needs to in order to get people willing to vote for him, and that's not nothing. He's also orienting himself as kind of like a torchbearer for Bernie Sanders, which is good. That's savvy politics right there. So let's dive in. We're gonna watch his latest town hall that it took place in Rochester, Minnesota a few days ago. And yeah, here we go. Oh, no, Salmon Moose, my car is not super broken. It's just, it needs an oil change. It needs like a headlight fix. Needs a couple like tune-ups, but like it's not broken. So let's dive into this, shall we?
I'd love to welcome the First Lady and Governor Tim Walz to the stage.
Can I just say right off the bat, dude walks onto stage with a Mountain Dew, a man of the people.
It's a lot of old friends. Wow. It's Al. Wow. Thank you all.
I just want to say this is quite the change of pace from people showing up to these town halls and being just full of righteous indignation and rage. You know, it's a nice change of pace. Like, all those people are furious, and these people are furious too, but they see someone who's willing to fight for them, and so they have hope.
Good morning, First CD. Good morning to all the folks who drove today. Those poets are wrong. You can go home. You can go back. They're wrong. Just a A huge thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for putting the values of the people of the 1st District as a priority and understanding that the incredible gift of this country and the blessings that it come with responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities is being engaged in your government. And you also have, you have a constitutional right to address your government for a redress of grievances, and I think we have a few grievances that we might want to bring up. But you didn't come here to complain. You came here to lift up and understand that each generation of Americans and each generation of Minnesotans and each generation of folks in southern Minnesota have a responsibility to lift up the things we care deeply about. And you came here, you love the country, you love freedom, freedom of speech, freedom that comes with it. That is important. And now, I've been saying...
Hey, James Drix, I do not give a single goddamn shit about your hollow-ass virtue signaling. You got banned in the other chat for that. You're gonna get banned in this chat for that, too. Like, stop it. Like, I do not give a shit. Like, oh, man, if you actually fight Nazism, you'll respond to my comment is, like, the least compelling argument of all time. You understand that, right? You understand we're doing something else right now. Like, Jesus Christ. Worthless ass activists. Like, I love activists who are actually going to do shit. I do not love people who call themselves that and instead of, like, actually doing stuff, try and get other people to pat them on the back for being like the one true leftist. I do not give a single goddamn shit. That carries no weight and no importance to me. I care about actual results, not feeling good. I do not give a shit about your words. Bastion is completely right. We need action.
I think it's very important. Everybody says they love freedom, but we need to be very clear here. If you truly love freedom, that means freedom for every one of us, not just some. Everyone. Because I'm going to help them out with this, that if you love freedom but want to repress others' rights, you're not talking about loving freedom. What you love is privilege, and that's very different. Very different.
Also, like, trying to slander, like, Tim Walz as being, like, anti-Palestinian. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, seriously. I just, people who come in the chat and just speak with confidence and, like, insistence that they are the only correct person, it is infuriating to me. Don't talk about shit you don't know anything about.
So it's appropriate we're here. Some of you don't know, I've had a long time, the First Lady and I, it was the First Lady who recruited him, a young man, a graduate of John Marshall High School. Chris Smitter has been my chief of staff the entire time I've been doing.
Like, I don't know. Here's a direct quote from him. October 7th attack by Hamas that touched off the war was a horrific act of violence against the people of Israel. Certainly have the right to defend themselves. But he also said that we can't allow what's happening in Gaza to happen. The Palestinian people have every right to life and liberty themselves. And it's like, that's about what you're going to get from a liberal running for president in this country. Like, that is about what you're going to get. That is probably, like, the best case scenario here. I'd be interested to what he would say about it now, for sure. But, like, I don't know, slandering him as, like, oh man, he just hates Palestinians, he wants them all dead. I think that is a huge stretch.
This, so. And to check My Rochester bona fides, my incredible sister-in-law, Julie Walz, a member of the Rochester Public Schools as a teacher, so. Because this is about family, and when your last name is Walz, you take a lot of crap for that. So just so you know that you get it there. But we are incredibly grateful. I'm grateful for here, and we're going to go through sets of questions. This is the most American thing you can do. This is the street corner, the soapbox. This is in the bar. This is in your workplaces. As we discuss how do we want our country to look together. And I just want to be very clear on this. I'm not here to personally criticize. These guys do this a lot. I mean, they want to sue me, now they want to fight me, they want to like do whatever. I'm not here to personally criticize, but I am here to criticize that you need to do your damn job if you're going to have this. You need to meet with people. And two things, they're like, well, Governor, you have another job. They're worried what I'm doing on Saturdays. I just want to be clear. The folks up at the Capitol on the other side of the aisle need to worry what their members are doing on the weekend, not what I'm doing on the weekends. That's what they need to do. But the reason I feel so passionate, and I know there's some of you out there, I stood on this very stage in September of 2009 to a packed house, many people who were unhappy because we were debating health care and the ACA, and I did a 3-hour town hall moderated by Republican Senator Dave Durenberger, and we stood on this stage and took all questions about the ACA. Now, the reason I had no problem doing this, and the reason that I am convinced—
Wait, stop clapping on the mic. Yeah.
They don't want to do these town halls, because I was proud to defend the right to expand health care. I was proud to stand on the ACA.
Also, like, I'm not coming into this with like, oh man, Tim Walz is perfect on everything, because he's not. You know, he signed the Line 3. He gave the green light to that. That was a fucking huge disaster here in Minnesota. You know? He's like managed to like kind of scoot on by that, but like that sucked. What's Line 3? It was a massive oil pipeline. It was planned by his predecessor, and he campaigned on like stopping it, and then he didn't stop it. It was a whole thing. But like, that's what a liberal is. Liberals need to be pushed. They need that pressure. He is not a perfect candidate, but he might be the best one we got. And like, was there an incident where he like didn't meet with like families, people who had lost family in Gaza? Yeah, that is something that happened. Is he actively hostile to like potential solutions? I don't think so. I think he is pushable. How bleak? I'm not gonna bullshit you guys, but like, let's not overstate our opposition when the people currently in power are now liquidating both the West Bank and Gaza, and like they have a department dedicated to ethnically cleansing both areas. Like I don't know, man. Like we need something better.
I think it would be a lot harder for them to stand on this stage and defend cutting Medicaid, gutting our public schools, threatening Social Security. This space is available to face all of you. Your congressman needs to come here and tell us why it is okay for— tell us why. Tell us why. If you— again, there is nothing personal, and you're not asking anything. Here's the thing. If what Elon Musk is doing is so wonderful,
Oh yeah. By the way, folks, if you're wondering, like, what is he talking about? This is a town hall for a Republican congressman named Brad Finstead, who declined, of course, to attend the town hall. Tim Walz attended instead. These people are really fucking pissed.
Stand here and get cheered for it. Stand here and get cheered for it. If you think that getting rid of the Department of Education and putting our children, if I could ask on this, all of those folks in here who have or are or have someone in their family who's teaching public schools, raise your hand, let us know. Yeah. And all of you who've had a child that has benefited from that, and those of us like Gwen and I who have benefited the incredible work that our teachers do with students who need a little extra help and who have an IEP and have the ability to get it. That's right. So this is not about protest. This is not about resistance. This is about democracy. You were elected under Article 1 of the Constitution. You appropriate the dollars as a member of Congress. Why in the hell would you give away your power and let an unelected official make those decisions? That's
hell yeah. IEP, individualized educational plan, I think. Basically just, you know, someone who's neurodivergent or like has a physical disability, like can get like accommodations from the school in order to be able to learn effectively. And like funding for some of those programs, a lot of those programs comes from the federal government, or at least the guidelines do. And I think supplemental funding through the government.
right. Don't give it away.
Yeah, like if you know of a kid who has like autism, ADHD, BPD, PTSD, you know, insert any number of like a multitude of chronic things, they need an IEP.
So for all of you, and I don't know, I said this, I heard it, and we're doing these because I heard it and people talking to me as we watch what's going on, and it's like a slow motion train wreck in front of us happening, and understanding it's our responsibility, and people were screaming, do something, and do something. And let's be very clear.
That is too bad, CF, because autism and mental illness and, you know, how people get medical and mental health care are political.
People are doing something. You're showing up on this beautiful first day of fall spring number 3 to be here. You came, you could be doing stuff, but you came here because you know that's what you can do. And so for
Wait, is it the same thing or different from normal special ed? It's different, Zudo. Like, let me put it this way. It's kind of like a square rectangle situation where like all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Where like, I believe kids in special education classes have IEPs, but you can have kids in like non-special ed classes also having IEPs. It depends. It depends on like the needs of the child, if that makes sense, you know?
Elected officials, you don't get to say, well, we're not in the majority, we really can't do anything. That's not good enough. That we have a platform, even if it is giving the microphone. Now, I'm going to say this. I feel pretty blessed because I get to work with Andy and Kim and Tina and Liz, who get things done. Who, let's be very clear, they do things very well because let's just be very honest. We've got a firewall here in Minnesota that was put up by a bunch of good legislators who said, you know what?
Oh my God.
We think
Camera
we should
guy,
make
why?
our own healthcare decisions. We said. We said, and they should have the courage to take the vote, we said we would rather vote and have our tax dollars feed our children. That I do think, and Donald Trump has said it, I think it challenges them when we're critical thinkers. I think it challenges them when we think for ourselves. I think it challenges them when we have educated population. Because look, we're living in a world right now, they cut the Department of Education and we have a measles outbreak. But just by the way, we have more people with measles than violent criminals than they deported, just so you know where the focus is of what's happening. So safety comes in a lot of ways. This issue around safety and education, people who know education, you know that education is local. We've got school board members, I'm sure, that are here, folks that have been engaged in this. We know that curriculum is the state and local level. Teacher standards are state and local level. Teacher staffings are things that you negotiate together. Those are all very local. So people who don't know this, we've done a poor job of telling them, we, of people who care about education, care about the great American contribution, public education, which is the envy of the world. We haven't told them what the Department of Education does. The Department of Education...
This is actually one of the key things that I'm really... I think Walz is doing really, really well here, which is explaining what government does. You know? And that seems so simple. That seems on a fundamental level so simple. But so many people don't know what the Department of Education actually does. Conservatives have been kind of lulled into this idea that like that the Department of Education like sets like the curriculum in schools. And that's just not that's not how it works. You know? People, and in the Democratic Party in particular, there is this sense that like, oh yeah, all our voters know what government does. And that's just fundamentally not true. And so much of the narrative has been ceded to these conservative, mouthpieces that a lot of Americans, whether they are on the left or the right or wherever, like, have just kind of absorbed the conservative narrative anyway, because, well, Democrats aren't really explaining anything.
Make sure that as those local decisions are being made, that we go back to how we started this. Freedom for every child to get a quality education, to protect them all. And look, before the Department of Education, you needed state troopers to escort Ruby Bridges or the folks in Little Rock to get into the school because the locals said, well, this child's not going to go, and we kind of know why. The same thing is happening now. I heard an Ohio legislator say, these kids are too expensive to educate who have special needs. Look, I appreciate them saying the quiet part out loud, that they said it and they know that, but I don't believe that's where the American heart is. So I would tell you this, we are struggling and trying to figure it out. Our payments from the federal government have stopped and started numerous times during this chaotic period. We pay more. We're one of the states, we pay far more into the federal government than the state of Minnesota gets back. We're payers. We're payers. And look, I'm more than happy to help other states if they're putting that money into education. I'm not interested in giving our tax dollars to states like Iowa, who then take it and give vouchers and cut under public education. That's not right. So,
like, the energy he gets is incredible. Conservatives could never at one of these town halls.
To Andy and Kim and Tina and Liz, Minnesota put a historic amount of money into education and especially focused to make sure that local school districts would have the resources necessary. But with that being said, if the federal government takes away that right. And again, they moved student loans, I guess, over to SBA and all of this, which many of us are very confused where it's going. And so what I would say to each and every one of you, Minnesota will do our very best to firewall this thing. I will do the very best to make sure that we're protecting and we will follow the law. But I will tell you this, the congressman from this district needs to stand in front of you and tell you he will protect those special ed dollars.
I mean, like, this is what playing politics is, guys. Like, Tim Walz is not a leftist. He's not a socialist. He's not even like a sock dem, really. He's a liberal. The issue is he's a liberal who has correctly assessed how to play politics in this moment and to galvanize and organize people. You know? Like, this could be like not a Teddy Roosevelt, an FDR situation where we can push him, where he is susceptible to leftist pressure and can be moved on this issue. You know, that's what, like, I mean, like, the uncommitted movement here in Minnesota, for example, believed that he could be pushed on this issue, on, like, the issue of Gaza. You know, if we bring a full circle to what got inserted into the conversation at the beginning of this, right? Like, the uncommitted movement believed that he is capable of moving on the issue in a productive way towards, you know, embracing, you know, the freedom of Palestinians. And, like, that's meaningful, you know, like, that's good. And in a similar way, I see him as movable on economic issues. And on some of these things, he's already moved. He's a vocal proponent of Medicare for all at this point. I watched through some of this. I think at one point he brings up Medicare for all of his own volition. It's really, really great. And that's just because, not because he's a socialist, not because he's a leftist, not because any of those things. He's just a good politician who understands what the moment calls for, even if you are a liberal.
So it's not super comforting, but the reality of this is not a drill, folks. It is now happening. Now, here's the good news. And again, thank God we're in Minnesota, and I have one of the best relationships with the Attorney General, who is suing them to make sure that that doesn't happen. Attorney General Ellison, we're in court because, look, you all know it. What he did in that executive order he signed in front of a fake damn classroom. You know, there's hundreds of thousands of them. Go find one and go into one if you think you're going to cut the money. Go into one. So they create this, but he does not have the authority to get rid of what was done by Congress to put into place, so he can't do it.
In case any of you are wondering about the fake classroom comment, they literally staged a classroom for him to sign this. It's bizarre. It is honestly deeply weird.
All right. Good.
Our next question comes from Jennifer Smith from Dundas regarding Elon Musk. Jennifer, are you here?
I've been to Dundas a lot, to that dang soccer dome.
I just wanted to know, what can we possibly do about Elon Musk? Because it's not right.
It is not right. Look, I have been at it with this guy, and I just want to be clear. All of you know me, and I own this or whatever. And I told the folks last fall when I was on the 90-day Eras tour there that this was part of it. That I don't use a teleprompter, I don't speak from notes, and I try and speak from the experiences I've had with other people on this. And this guy bugs me in a way that is probably unhealthy. And but I have to be careful about being a smartass. I was making a joke. These people have no sense of humor. They are the most literal people. But my point was they're all...
Wait, but I thought comedy was legal again. Governor, I thought comedy was legal again.
Mad, and I, said something I didn't, probably shouldn't have about a company. He is...
I mean, Mr. Malachite, he's played Crazy Taxi on Twitch with AOC, and he drinks Mountain Dew. He is a gamer.
Agreed. So I make the case. They're all butthurt about the Tesla thing, but they don't.
I just emailed my governor complaining about him platforming fascists. Reason I am announcing it TS just to let people know it can be done.
Aw, hell yeah, one-eyed heathen. You can indeed call your elected officials, folks. Get on it. Do it now, you silly billies. Good night, Dragonfly. Just wanted to leave my early thoughts about 2028. Quite honestly, from what I've seen in the last week, I think AOC is going to be that candidate, just based on where she and Bernie have stopped, what she has said, the momentum, the political clout she has built this year. In my opinion, Walz would be good as her VP. I would still be perfectly happy with Walz as the candidate, though. There is a chance. I do agree that, like, especially if we just take a little side tangent real quick. Bernie was asked about AOC running for Senate in 2028, and he scoffed at the question, called it nonsense, got up and was about to leave before coming back and finishing the interview. But it honestly, if instead she's gearing up for a 2028 run, I mean, I'm not going to turn my nose up at an AOC president. I'm not going to say no to that. But if that is the vehicle we have, that's the vehicle we have, and I'll take a decade-ish of AOC as president.
Care the disrespect they have shown to employees at the Minneapolis VA who care for our veterans, and they fire them.
Tim Walz is a better speaker than Sanders, so I'd like to see a Walz/Sanders ticket in 28.
I mean, we'll see. I think Bernie is signaling that he's old. He does not feel up to it. That's fair.
So yes. So here,
look at that.
All of us, we will have the conversation about efficiency in government and about doing that. But none of us believe for a second they're thinking about this. Oh, we fired everybody that's dealing with Ebola. And then he went into the Oval Office wearing a hat. I don't ever want to hear anybody talk about decorum and respect or that. Wearing a hat, coming in there, richest man in the world. Again, this maybe is just me. If I'm the richest man in the world, I'm out on the streets handing out the money. It'd be fun as hell just to help people out. Go help people out. Not this guy. Not this guy. And the idea that he can come in and make these decisions, the idea that there's any thought behind this, they fire him, they bring him back. H5N1, they cut that for bird flu. They're telling us now, inappropriately, that you can't catch that through animal transmissions. Of course you can. Those things they're going to happen. With that being said, here
you can't catch bird flu from birds 5 head.
Here's how I believe we do this. This is the way it always is. We make sure that the public understands how truly unpopular this guy is. And he is. He's super unpopular. And we make it a liability for Trump, because here's the thing. Donald Trump's loyalty to those around him lasts as long as they're useful to him. The minute they're no longer useful, gone. So I think I think the pressure is on this because you're seeing it. People who voted for Donald Trump, they're even saying, some of them, not enough, some of them are even saying, well, I didn't vote for Elon Musk. I didn't vote for him to do this. And I think this, again, there's two conversations here. What they're doing, how we fight back. And then there's the conversation that, look, I'm at the center of and own it. How in the hell did we lose to these people with these ideas? What happened? What happened that they sided with the billionaire and the hedge fund manager over the county attorney and the public school teacher? They chose that choice, and why is that? And I think we have to be more forceful. We have to be more forceful about what we're going to do, because I have been saying this with a guy like Musk as they're flirting around the edges. Somebody in here is going to stand up and talk about health care. And can we just all agree on this, that health care, and I say it every time, health care is a human right. We are going to do it. Health care has to be universal. All right.
But that ain't nothing, folks. That ain't nothing. That is a guy signaling a run for the presidency on a universal health care as a fundamental right. I like that. I'm not gonna lie, I like that a lot.
How did we as Democrats allow health care to be dependent on a 12-hour period in November every 4 years of who wins the election, whether you keep it or not? And so I think the antidote to Elon Musk is hold him accountable, make him super unpopular. But I think there's a separate track on here showing these people that instead of cutting those people at the VA, here's what we're going to do with the VA. Instead of cutting our schools, here's what we're going to do with the schools. And then actually follow through, because there's a lot of young people here. My heart breaks for this. The folks who were self-aware enough in this room, who their first real thing was the big meltdown in the housing bubble, and then the rise of Tea Party and Trump, and then COVID-19, and then, oh, this is over, and now it's back again. Let's all agree in this room that it's a hell of a lot easier to be a kid when they were my age than it is right now for these people to the past.
Can I just say, like, as he just described my life in a nutshell, in a way I've never heard someone really, like, encapsulate it before. And, like, there's a part of me that's just like, oh, that he understands. Like, there's an understanding here. And, like, I kind of want to cry a little bit, you know? He gets it. And a lot of people just don't. A lot of people in Washington just don't fundamentally understand how boned so many of us on the ground are.
Hell of a lot. So make him unpopular, fight back. You got it. Oh, I did not mention, some of you know this, during the COVID pandemic, and thank to everyone in here. Folks involved in healthcare, any of our healthcare systems here in Rochester, could you raise your hands too? All right, thank you. One thing I am most proud of is the state of Minnesota is one of the states that had the lowest death rates. That's because we listened to the experts who are here. And nobody wants to remember this, the 5th year anniversary.
To the Walz, single-payer healthcare in the halls.
Of Congress. Thank you for the $5 donut, Pluvius. CF, I can forgive him for using me as a political pawn as long as he's serious about stopping fascism. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about with political pawns.
My team says, don't ever talk about COVID. People hate it. Well, no shit, I hate it. It's terrible. But we did it, and we came through hard stuff together. And I said this, I became dear friends over about a 9-month period where every single day we were trying to put out the best information. But we wanted to convey that to all Minnesotans. And the way we did that to the deaf, hard of hearing, was through Nick, who did this.
He's thanking the signing interpreter on the stage with him right now, which is really nice.
Great.
All right, our next question comes from Heather Adamson Dillon from Rochester regarding veterans. Are you here, Heather?
here.
Hey, Ram Ranch.
Somebody else want to ask a veteran question? Yeah, go ahead.
Governor, I'm a disabled combat veteran.
Yeah.
My entire life goes by that. My entire livelihood.
I'm sorry. Is this man in a top hat? Did this man come in like a suit and tail and top hat?
Upon the VA. I need the VA. My dad back there in black.
Oh my god. I know he's yelling about very important things right now, but this man looks like a time traveler.
Sweatshirt needs the VA. Your veterans and your families. We need the VA.
Yeah.
God, I loved him.
It's a sergeant major.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to defend mine as a specialist? My brother's is a corporal. My dad's is a corporal.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to defend us, Governor?
Yeah, thank you. And Specialist is right. The issue is we got into America on this, that you think it's okay to say thank you for your service and then crap on them on their benefits or not deliver. That's the thing. So at the VA, and just so you know what's happening here, and the real danger at the VA is they've tried this. They tried it when I was a ranking member on the House VA. They want to privatize the VA. They want to privatize the VA because it serves several purposes. It serves several purposes to them because the VA flies in the face that you can have universal health care that's delivered at cost effective at a better rate.
Yep.
The VA,
yep. It is the living embodiment of everything they tell us that is impossible in this country.
Folks will tell you this. The VA is the best healthcare system in the country. It stands alongside Mayo, Cleveland Clinic, and others because of the service and the specialization. But you know what it is? It does cost some money because it costs to go to war, not just to buy the bombs, the bullets, and to pay for them. The cost of war is borne out over a long period of a lifetime. So
now, there's actually a lot more of this. The video, for some reason, here ends at 22 minutes and 30 seconds. I think it starts here.
actually fairly effective, but it also
Much quieter though.
other issues. So what we said is, let's just do the veterans issue separate from everything else, and let's fund veterans first, partisanly. That we would pass veterans budgets. They would say, yes, single veteran to get out there. So, hey, Mayo folks will tell you this. The VA is the best healthcare system in the country. It stands alongside Mayo, Cleveland Clinic, and others because of the service and the specialization. But you know what it is? It does cost some money because it costs to go to war, not just to buy the bombs, the bullets, and to pay for them. The cost
I'm gonna try and get it boosted a little bit more.
So in Minnesota, and I just want to tell you just one example of what's at risk. Minnesota made a commitment when we came into office that we were going to bring functional zero or basically end veterans homelessness. So we had the resource, we had the ability to do it. We had an incredible opportunity because veterans come with wraparound services, job training, health care, dental care, those types of things. Because homelessness comes in many ways, and it's closer than many of us think to a lot of folks. With that being the case, we said, why in the world, with all these resources, are we satisfied with allowing a single veteran to get out there? So we went after this. When we started this 6 years ago, we had about 1,981 kind of chronic homeless veterans in Minnesota. That number is now down to 216 veterans. And each one, the folks in St. Paul, the folks that are getting fired at the VA, they know those 216 by name. They're not a statistic. If you tell people you're going to get rid of veterans homelessness, it sounds aspirational. I think we do a poor job of this. Turn it from aspirational into operational, and we broke the state into 8 functional units. We started working all the way down. We are prepared by the end of the year to be...
Hey!
The healthcare at the VA is good, but the democracy is awful. I heartily recommend volunteering at your nearest VA if you can. They need people now more than ever.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. Very true. The cuts to the VA that have taken place over the years are devastating and have eroded the quality of care substantially. But like, we can fix that by funding it, you know, and universalizing it. We can, in fact, make it good.
Be able to declare Minnesota has become the 5th state and the largest state to have 0 on veterans homelessness. Now,
also, I have had to boost the volume now of this video to such a degree that if I have text-to-speech or sound alerts on for donos, it will blow my eardrums out. So I'm going to turn those off here, but I will still read your dono messages, okay?
back to the question. That was until last week, where the funding for that program we use has been cut by the VA to follow through. So the question now becomes the important.
Man, CF, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about neurotypical liberals thinking you're a baby. I don't know where you're getting that from at all.
One, we in Minnesota are going to try and make up the difference where we can to be able to fund that. Now remember, we already paid for it. We already paid for it. Your dollars already went to Washington. I would guess if I asked Minnesotans, Trump people too, people who support Donald Trump, would you like those tax dollars to come back and get rid of veterans homelessness? I think they would say yes. The problem is now Elon Musk and them have decided that falls under Doggy or Doge or whatever the hell they talk about. That falls under that. When this gentleman is saying, I want it, and I would argue his neighbors are saying that too. So here's the deal. In Minnesota, and I will leave you with this because this is the hopefulness of this, we decided, and that's your legislators decided, we decided collectively, bipartisanly, that we would pass veterans budgets every year outside of the other budgets. Now, the way I say that is there's an art and a science to legislating. It's the give and take. It's that thing that you don't want to know how your sausages or your laws are made. But if the sausage comes up...
Wait a minute, I kind of want to know how the sausage is made. That's a lie. I've seen how the sausage is made on ordinary sausage, and it's horrific.
Good, and it's all that, that's okay. And I would say this sausage comes out good, that we decided, let's don't ever pit a bill. It's really useful. You've got people who don't want to vote for anything. Oh, I'll vote for veterans, but I won't vote for school aid or whatever it might be. And you're like, God dang, how can you one or the other? And so we would say is, we'll let you vote for the veterans issue if you vote for the school aid, and then we combine them together. It's actually fairly effective, but it also pits veterans against other issues. So what we said is, let's just do the veterans issue separate from everything else, and let's fund veterans first, get that done, and then we'll move on and do the rest of it. That got a unanimous vote in the House and the Senate last year to pass that on this side.
Yeah, like, just full stop. You cannot love the military and vote Republican. You just can't. Like, I'm sorry, Republicans constantly fantasize about destroying the VA and giving veterans no care whatsoever.
There you go. Good question.
All right, our next question is from Matthew Pearson out of Caledonia on LGBT issues. Matthew, are you here?
Right there. We'll get you a mic.
Oh no, I'm very familiar with ordinary sausage.
It's good to have babies in here. Let's just say that. That's it. I said, I work with legislators. I'll take this all day. All day. So, no offense to the locals. So,
my question was, what power does the state have to protect the rights of LGBTQ plus people when the federal government is either actively attacking or removing protections from them?
Yep. And I think in this room and in rooms like this, these are the conversations, because I'm hearing people say, look, Democrats lost because they put so much emphasis on these, these issues on the side and stuff. And my response to that is, I don't think human rights are an issue on the side. They're kind of fundamental.
Hell yeah.
And I think
like this is just good politics. He's breaking from the mainstream Democrats who are like trying to be like, oh yeah, but what if we threw trans people under the bus though? He's like, nah, fuck that.
I think they got us sucked into some of these things. And I say this because they're very, very smart about this. At the last couple weeks of the campaign, and I maybe was in the bubble, I thought we were going to win, but up in Pennsylvania, I started seeing signs on yards. And they were just like this little ones. Kamala bad, Trump good. Kamala tax, Trump money. And that's all they said. And I'm like, Jesus, are we first graders? What the hell? But it works. And then they ran an ad that says, Donald Trump is for you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are for they, them. And it goes back again to where we started on this issue of freedom for all. It shouldn't be that difficult. But what they do is they capture us in this space, they drag us down into it, and then we end up debating something that should just be so simple. I tried to make the case on this. It wasn't a flippant throwaway line. It's how I believed and grew up. That, look, I don't have to agree with your choices, but it's not my damn business what you do at home. You watch what you want to watch. And tell people it doesn't affect. So, again, I would tell you this. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, they had a big rally. They flew in people from the outside, they being the Republican legislators. They stood on the Capitol steps and told you that a trans child playing sports is going to destroy everything you know in Minnesota. And then on Thursday night, we found out where the real danger is coming from. The call's coming from inside the house. The call's coming from inside the house. So I think we have to use the courts, the force of law. I respect people. I'm not asking people to change how they see about this, but the fact is, if you're a Minnesotan, we have to make sure you have equal justice in front of the law. And this obsession of trying to bring your personal belief in this where it doesn't impact you in any way, we have to do a better job. And I just said in Minnesota, I refuse to take the bait for them. I'm going to protect everyone's human and civil rights in this state to the best of our ability. And after we do that, we're going to balance a budget.
I mean, like, but the thing, Maddie, I see your point in YouTube chat. The thing I will say about it is that it's a very Minnesotan thing where it's just like, who gives a shit if your neighbors are gay? You know, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter if they're gay or not. They deserve equal protection under the law. They deserve non-discrimination. They deserve the basic building blocks of decency in our society. And like, that applies to trans people, trans kids, etc. And like, when he's communicating the none of your damn business line, like, that's kind of it, right? Jack, I'm sorry, this is an unrealistic ask, but I want them to put what happens to trans folks like us to what happens to them, how their bodies will be policed. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get that from like any of the potential, 2028 presidential nominees, but like, we'll definitely get that from people who will campaign alongside them for sure. I imagine,
Invests in our schools, invests in public safety, invests in the environment, tries to cut taxes for the middle class, balances things out, and get to the work that's really important, because they will spend their time dividing and demonizing. And I think, to be honest with you, there's a lot of people who are squishy about this and are willing to say, look, it's a pretty small number of people. That's a dangerous road to go down, because pretty soon you're part of the group that's the pretty small number of people. That's how it takes. Just saying. Yeah.
All right, our Our next question is from Melissa Hanson out of Rochester. Are you here, Melissa? This question is regarding Social Security.
Yes, I'm aware of the bill from Arkansas.
So my question is, how are we going to support people who maybe have limited mobility or means to travel to Social Security offices when they decide that you have to present yourself in person to prove who you are?
That's right. This is the teacher in me, and some of you, the old hats are around here, know. I saw Al and a few folks. Al, good to see you again. When I first ran, remember that long shot campaign to run? But I'll tell you, one of a big piece of that 2006 campaign in the 1st District was Social Security and the protection of Social Security, because it's so personal to people. And the teacher in me knows.
I mean, like, you need to protect Social Security because it's literally like the lifeline keeping tens of millions of people alive.
That they've grabbed the third rail, which is Social Security, and there's some things that we need to remember. First of all, shame on any one of us who ever buys their frame and calls Social Security an entitlement program. It is not. It is not.
Yep.
That's our money. What it is it's the single greatest anti-poverty program that's ever been developed. So it's that. Let's get that. And it's our money. And it's our money. And so I think this starts with, we already got a great start on this, the vast majority of the American public. Look, I'm going to just tell you this one. This is my thinking on this as I'm trying to figure out and soul search and get out of the wilderness, that issues like Social Security, issues like rights for all LGBTQ, issues like women's reproductive rights, issues like smart gun reforms to not kill our children, those things, all those things, or like free breakfast and lunch in Minnesota, for example. Republicans are trying to do that. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Republicans here in Minnesota are coming after all those things, and in D.C. Social Security. Here's what we should recognize. All those things I just listed, if you poll them amongst the general public, all of them poll above 70%. All of them poll above 70%. So I would make the case to you that we who care about this, I don't care what you want to define us, I believe that progress is a good thing, so I'll take the progressive label because I think you're moving forward. That's a good thing. But we've won the hearts and minds, and they've seized power. And so I tell you that this is scary because it's the space we're in. They understood that they couldn't win on this issue, but they figured out they could take over. They could take the courts, or they could do whatever. And now they're doing these things that are clearly against where the general public is at, and they're doing them anyway. And I am convinced we have to use the courts. We'll do the best, and I still have a big believer that the courts will hold to the best of our ability, but I'm nervous. John Roberts coming out last week, thank God, where that dude has been. So, would have been a little nicer if he said that presidents don't have full immunity, you know, whenever. That would have been nice, but
there is no idea that Social Security is money that goes to rich old Republicans. That's just not true. It's just a lie.
I think as this happens, and they've made that case, that we are going to have to ratchet up the rhetoric around protecting these programs, making where the case is, and understanding, and I'll go back to this again, I don't run for office to get power. I run for office to govern and to get people together, to lift things up. These folks understood.
Yeah, some people believe lies.
I think we're going to have to get it through our heads is when we get elected office back, we're going to have to use the inherent power of the office to make sure that we shore these things up so they can never be attacked. That's what I think that hasn't happened.
I mean, that is maybe one of the nicest ways of possibly saying that, like, if we get power again, we need to make sure this is never a possibility going forward, which is 100% true.
I said, well, what would that look like? You know, Donald Trump's on this revenge retribution tour. Well, I said, I'll be on one too. I'm going to bring revenge just raining down on their head in the form of their neighbors getting health care. That's what I'm going to do. Just coming down on them. And Just, I'm hell-bent. I'm hell-bent for them to make them, you know, they're gonna rue the day when we got reelected because our kids with special needs are gonna get the care that they need. So but I say that in all seriousness.
He's going to literally weaponize kindness. What a card. Unironically, that is one of the #1 ways of de-radicalizing folks.
They use the power to punish. We need to use the energy that's in this room in the electoral office to just finally say, like we did in Minnesota, I am sick of waiting for this. Let's just pass this stuff. Let's just get it done. Let's just, you know, let's just go. Fight it. Know it's coming. It's super popular. It depends on all of us. It's an anti-poverty program. It belongs to us. And God dang it, how in God's name can we not message all these middle-class issues against the friggin' billionaires? I mean, Bernie's, the oligarch thing is right. How did this happen that they're out there? And look, we're all for success of people. We can't be the anti-success. We can't be the anti-business. There's business owners in here. But I tell you this, going back to this idea about Social Security, some of you heard this story, and this is true. Look, I was green as anything. I came right out of that high school at Mankato Western. You elected me to be to Congress. I turned to Gwen that night and said, holy crap, what is this job? I don't even know what this job is. So we got it. But I found out very quickly when I got there. They put us in a room, they gave us a seminar, and they said, well, you're going to have to understand and work your family finances making less money than you had. And I'm looking around saying, this is 4 times more than I ever made in my life. So I don't know who you're talking to. But I found out something in there. And some of you, I know this sounds really stupid, but you think back to this. I'm 40 years old, been a teacher my whole life. I end up there. I did not. It got to about August of my congressional checks, and I saw all of a sudden my checks got bigger. And I said, well, what's going on with my checks or whatever? And I saw, oh, they're not taking out Social Security. So I go check with the payroll people. I said, I think you guys made a mistake. You're not taking out Social Security. And they said, you've reached the cap. I said, what? Yeah, you only pay up to this, and then after that, you don't have to pay Social Security. I'm like, that's bullshit. Who knew that? Who knew that?
Right? Like, what a fantastic anecdote to really convey how bullshit it is that income, like the Social Security tax is capped. More people need to be making this point. And so far, it's like 3 people. It's Bernie, AOC, and Tim Walz. It's bullshit that, like, you hit 100. Wait, what is it? Is it like $120,000 per year or something? And all of a sudden, like, that's the cap for Social Security, the Social Security tax. That's insane. Insane. Why should it be capped at all? Billionaires should pay their fair share too. Why is it capped to begin with? As a handout to the wealthiest people. It might be 176. I'm loosey-goosey with numbers. My brain does not work well with numbers. But yes, it is a high number. More wealth than I can imagine.
Why you would not? And so I'm guessing in here, a vast majority of you pay on every single penny you make, whether you're teaching school or nursing or do whatever. That's what you do. That's what all of us do. So all of this talk about, oh, Social Security, we might have to raise the age, we might have to cut benefits, might have to do all that. You do not. Just have everybody pay what we pay. Just pay what's on there, and it goes all the way up. Simple as that. What's good about Minnesota? The governor of Minnesota pays Social Security tax on every penny they make. That's the way it's said here, so that's good. All right. Agree.
All right, Rachel LaForge from Rochester. Are you here?
Oh, this is going to be a good one, isn't it? No, it is. It's a good question.
Rachel, are you here? All right, I am not seeing
How
you
many college students here? All right.
Can I ask? I'm going to ask the question anyways.
Yeah, stand up, college students. They're going to ask it for you.
All
Here
right.
it comes. Yay. Good. Our future, our future.
So Rachel's question is, will the Department of Education cuts affect the North Star promise?
And those of you who don't know, you guys are great. The North Star promise says in Minnesota, and thanks to your legislators who led on this, if a family makes less than $80,000 a year, and then it kind of goes on a gradual on that, you go to any place you want to in Minnesota free to get higher education. Now,
Hell yeah.
I'm glad to see the white hairs in here excited about this, because this is the one I'll go back to, this idea how much harder it is to be a kid right now. It's very hard. I said two things that when I was growing up that I never had a problem with in school. I never worried about being shot dead, and I never worried about how to pay for college. Those things were taken care of. So not because my family was rich. They weren't. My dad was dead. My mom stayed at home, and she's on Social Security survivor benefits. But you could still go to college very easily because the generation that came before me invested in that. So I just want to be clear about this.
He's so good at this, guys.
And they messaged it really well with folks who are in trades, who are in everything, who went to college, trying to tell you, oh, this student loan forgiveness thing, that's bullshit. I worked hard. I did it myself. I did it all myself. I did. You know why you did that? You know why you did that? Because when I got out of high school, if I'd have worked a minimum wage job in the summer, I could have paid the entire bill at the University of Minnesota for a year. That's no longer true. So they paid, we all got subsidized. They paid it on the front end for us. Now you got a bunch of gray hairs acting all tough like they worked through the snow and did everything to get themselves to college. This generation got stuck with it, and not only that, they shifted it from Pell Grants and aid and cheaper prices. They shifted it over to loans, and then they did one more big shift. They shifted it out of government-guaranteed low-interest loans into the private sector to jam up the price. So the answer to the question was in Minnesota, no, it will not impact that program, but we will have to make decisions about where the money coming in. And I will tell you right now, for those of you out there who are parents like us, we don't know where to fill out the financial aid form right now. We don't know how you're going to do this. I'm still interested in the people who are smarter than me in this saying, well, I signed my contract with the Department of Education. I don't know the SBA a damn dime. I'm not paying them. I'm not encouraging you to do that. I'm encouraging you to ask how they're going to do that. So in answer to this is, we believe this. We also believe the path to a good future is investing in the trades if you need it, the apprenticeship program through our labor unions, investing in those things. So the answer is yes. If you're in under North Star, you're going to get North Star. We'll stay committed to it, making sure that families are able to afford whatever path they choose for their kids. Because again, I go back to this. It is so damn short-sighted. And I'm just going to be honest about this. These people making decisions who never stepped foot in a public school, who they were so gleeful to me. Oh, Walz went to like Mankato State or whatever that is or whatever. Yeah, go Math. That's what most of us do, and I'm very proud of that. And I said, this idea of them demonizing, cutting, and killing public education extends into higher ed in a way that is just horrific. Because, again, I'm going to go back to this. I don't know how short-sighted these people can be. The ability of us, if we sell short on this, I said this as a teacher time and time and time again. I went into that classroom. Their whole thing is they were going to do performance pay, which is so goddamn insulting to me. Okay, you're going to pay a lot more money then, because I do my best I could every day. I did my best because I cared about those kids, and I wanted them to achieve their dreams. But look, I'm a bit selfish too. I wanted them to get a really good job so they could pay their taxes so I could retire and collect Social Security and do those things. That's the way it works. Sadly, if you're a small business owner here and you sell furniture, cars, whatever it is, you should be really pissed about the way we finance higher education, because we have a whole bunch of graduates that the only spending money they have goes to their student loans, and they can't buy anything else. And so we're committed.
All right, for our next.
Wait, will Walz make high schools more than college prep? I feel currently high school is a waste of 4 years when I can get an associate's degree in 2. I mean, the general idea of high school is that you'll have a well-rounded education for anything else you want to do after high school. Skipping that can, lead to some pretty big gaps in your knowledge base. That's just my general take on it. But yeah, the idea is that you finish high school and then you go to trade school or to, 4-year university, or to get an associate's degree doing something else.
Next question. I'm sorry, I'm going to say your name incorrectly, but Roque St. Pierce out of Rochester. Are you here?
Oh, that's a good point.
Not a problem.
Good point.
What was the question? We couldn't hear it.
Now I feel bad. Thank you for that.
All right. Tori Boomgarden from Rochester, are you here?
Let's do that last one, though, what she
Okay,
had.
well,
that question was a good one.
This one? All right. Tori, we'll get to you next. We're going
All
to do
right.
this one first.
Oh, you're going to get them. God, you're good at this. I'll stay in my lane. Sorry.
Good night, Lars, Annie.
But no, we'll do it. Rogue, if you're here, this is your question. FinStat has selective hearing for his constituents. What can we do?
Now, this, you can do this. Look, I've done this job, and I said it, that I can see why they're not doing these. Because it's unpopular right now. People are fired up. It's very difficult to defend what they're doing. But that isn't all that different than the ACA. Some of you remember that. Look, I did it in front of a group like this, and was any of you here there back in 2009 at that town hall? Okay, I see a few names. It was not this friendly, let's just be clear. It was not this friendly, but it was really healthy, and it was really good. And people were expressing, who didn't vote for me and didn't support me, but they were asking legitimate questions, and they were expecting me to go to and tell them that on page 1162 of the healthcare law, which really surprised them because I did read it. It's not like it's freaking Harry Potter or something. It was like, like this big. It was like this. So I read the thing, and I would tell them why I voted for that way. And those of you who were at that hearing, it was a healthier time in American discourse because there were a large number of people said, well, I hear you on that, Congressman. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but that's an interesting point on cost containment and how you're doing that. And so this idea that you're going to funnel them out, and they said it. I had people tell me this, oh, don't worry, Tim, about that town hall. That was just people they bust in, from wherever. Bullshit. It was our neighbors. They were there, just like you. You're not bust in. You came from Dundas, for Christ's sakes, and, things that you go over. That's the way it works. And I said to close it off,
And I'll say this, even in the comments on some of the videos I've put out about these town halls, there have been people saying oh man, these people, it's paid opposition. It's like, we're looking at town halls in the middle of Montana, Nebraska, Eastern Washington. These are not paid protesters. As somebody who has worked with organizing groups around the Democratic Party, I can guarantee you the Democratic Party is not putting a bunch of money into Bozeman, Montana to have an empty chair town hall. I can guarantee you they're not putting money in to hire protesters to go to these things. If you are someone who thinks that, just honestly engage with that for a second. What would it mean for there to be an industry of paid protesters that you could get on, that you could just hire? What would that mean? What would that entail? Would there not then be thousands upon thousands of people in every state that you could call on to go to events and make it look like you're popular? What? No, that's not a job. People would talk about it. Yeah, it's just plain cheaper to have people agree with you. Exactly, Mr. Malachite. All the job postings are on the dark web. You don't understand. That's why you can't find them. Follow the white rabbit.
telling you this, when you start closing off your constituents, that's the first step. You're going to lose re-election. I am telling you, you're going to lose re-election. So, because none of these questions are personal, none of these questions are angry, and all of them are incredibly relevant to the moment that we're in. The one thing I did find, I found another one of our Minnesota members held one of these closed things but charged for people to attend. Now that one, If you're an attorney, I think you know, I don't think you charge people to come to that. But I would just encourage, and look, we're going to have to do this. And I know, I'm guessing there's some people came here that came because they disagree with me. They wanted to hear how this went. We need to have more of that. Now, I will tell you this. You know me. I'm more than willing to work with people. But I think we're in a stage right now is that, well, the governor's criticizing Elon Musk. He needs to be more bipartisan. I will never be bipartisan with like Elon Musk or not. That's different. No, but that's not bipartisan. So that's what we can do. Look, for all of you, I tell you this from experience. I tell you this from experience because I saw it. If you're a sitting member of Congress in the biggest city in your district and you see 1,300 people on a nice Saturday coming out here, it catches your attention. Trust me, it catches your attention.
All right, everyone, this will be our last question today. So
we got popcorn coming around, so get ready. We're going to get as many of those. You could tell, fourth grade teacher. So, Julie, I learned, right? Popcorn,
all right.
Here we go.
Tori, ask your question regarding the future of the Democratic Party.
This is going to be a challenge. So, yeah, go.
I mean, I'm concerned about all the things that have been talked about today. And I just wonder how we could build a bigger tent for more people and include more people and get them engaged. Because there are people that are disengaged that are being affected right now. So I want more people involved.
Yep, great question. And look, complaining about Trump, Musk, doing all these things, look, I think it's an existential threat. I've been saying this, that I think the road to authoritarianism has been littered with people telling you you're overreacting. So I don't think we're overreacting. I don't think we're overreacting. But if we're going to win electorally, you've got to have the other side of the house that what are you offering? Because it was very clear that in November they had a choice. And a large number of people, nearly 80 million, stayed home and said, what difference between those guys? They're all the same. It didn't matter. So this question about how we build this. Now, I think back to me. I'm trying, I don't know the answer, but I'm trying to figure this out with people. Here's what I thought. Yeah, of course, the policy thing, but I just want to say how we're not, it's not going with people who don't know all the policies, aren't spending all that time. But there was a time in America where it was simply known. Like I said this, my family wasn't particularly political. My dad was a public school administrator. My mom was stay at home. We're in a small community or whatever. And when he died, I'm 19, my little brother's in elementary school, my mom's staying at home, you know how this works. But that was kind of my political awakening because there were Social Security survivor benefits. There was Pell Grants in the GI Bill. There were things that were there. So I said this, I didn't go to the Democrats. The Democrats came to me with the things that they had, like universal health care, like protections, like climate initiatives that make a difference, and a recognition like, look, you gather together with like-minded people, but we all know you don't agree on every single thing, and you need to bring people in who on those shared value pieces. And I think we get, look, I got to be the first one to tell you, I've seen this like with I've been talking about the Brits and the parliamentary system they have. It makes it much easier to do in this moment to have, somebody knows this, it makes it much easier on this to have a shadow government. Every day Trump does a press conference or Sean Duffy from Wisconsin, why are our damn planes flying out of the air? Why are people crashing all the time? The Secretary of Transportation, we should have our own Secretary of Transportation on the side of it and have them dispute this and make the press cover it. Make the press cover it. And then recognize. I'll say it here. I would have never, as a public school teacher from Mankato with no name recognition, no money, no political heritage, no name, anything like that, I wouldn't have won without the party structure. People like Lynn Wilson over here saying, I don't know who the hell you are, but I'll help you and do some things. Others who said that. Lori Selner, names you know. Those were party people. I didn't know them. So they would take me out, and Deb Hoganson would take me to Worthington, and she would say, this is Tim. He teaches geography at Mankato West. He'd like to run for Congress. And she would, that's the purpose of the party. The party's not going to be our leadership, and nobody's going to run in here, you know, Obama-esque with charisma that's just going to win people over. But this thing, and I think and I say this as a Democratic Party, we have to understand there's power out there in other things. Indivisible folks are doing their own thing. They're building. They're doing. The Greens and all of that. I mean, people are building it. And how do we get them to see that collectively together, how do we build that together? I'm making the case on this. Look, I know it's still strained, but there was a time not that long ago, in 2008, we won this congressional district by 33 points. 33 points. We won all 22 counties. God dang, 17 years ago. 17 years ago. And I make the case that we're a little different here, and there's a heritage that's a little different. We even call ourselves a little different. It's not Democratic farmer labor just because it's fun to say that. There was a focus in this party on rural areas, on labor unions, expanding labor. And
it's what makes the state
for what it's
different
worth,
in the politics.
For what it's worth, I think the National Democratic Party should become the DFL. That's what I think.
Honestly, that could work as like a like if you centered that as like a campaign proposition, I think that could get a lot of traction. Unironically, really conveys the point accurately, or at least the potential point. What is DFL? The DFL is the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, which is it is what the Democrats are called in Minnesota, but it's basically its own self-contained branch of the Democratic Party that, like, I think predated Democrats. Like, it kind of just, like, is a capsule of, like, Midwestern, like, pro-working class democratic values and spirit, I guess. So the idea he is saying here is essentially, let's make this farmer and labor-centered portion of the party here in Minnesota, let's bring that national as a proposition. And that's a pretty good one. That's pretty good. Simric in YouTube chat writes, honestly, they need to let local caucuses just run things in the DNC. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. You'd have to elaborate. Because it's also weird for you to say that when literally the guy who ran the Democratic Party in Minnesota got elected to run the DNC. And he wasn't my preferred candidate, but like, yeah. The guy running the DNC now is not a coastal elite type, at the very least. John Bagardis, thank you for the membership. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Minnesota DNC and the Farmer Labor Party merged to make the DFL. Yeah.
Or the indivisible DFL, or whatever it may be. But
yeah.
I think we have to view this differently, and we have to recognize, and I think, I'm going to say this, I think I think we've been so successful here. It's the reason we have the longest streak of winning statewide elections. And look, I knew it was my job to try and pick off those other swing states. And we didn't. I come back home to lick my wounds and say, God damn, at least we won here, you know, type of thing, which is good. And that's not because of me. That's because of the organization that things are happening, but it's in flux right now. Young people are saying, God dang, I've been part of this party for a long time. And I said this, I am proud. I took that vote on the ACA, stood in front of people here and got booed and everything. And I turned around to my people and said, oh, I'm more than happy to go home and go back to teaching because people are going to get health care. I'm fine. And that was fine. But I also thought, because we watered it down to appease the Republicans who didn't vote for it anyway, we watered the bill down. We didn't get as much as we could have, and we took a bite out of that apple that was a tiny bite instead of just eating the whole damn thing when we got there. So I think if we want to inspire people You can't ask people to give $1 billion. No, you can't ask people to give $1 billion to a campaign. You can't ask them to knock doors, to get out on the streets. Okay, we know who the boss is, that was clear. But you can't ask them. You can't ask them to do that unless they feel
Wrap it up,
personally invested in
Tim. We
it
gotta
and they're
go
getting
home.
something back out of it in a real way. And with that, First Lady of Minnesota.
We gotta wrap it up, Tim. We gotta go home. I have a casserole in the oven.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you ask people. When we ran for office, we asked for your vote. And we said, here's why we want your vote. Because we believe in equity, right? And we believe in inclusion. And we believe in fairness and opportunity and economic benefits for everyone. That's what we believe in. Join us. Join us. Come on. You bet. We ask people to join the Democratic Party. Ask them. Ask them. Tell them what you stand for and ask them.
Damn, all right.
That's right.
Is she about to run for governor of Minnesota? Like, whoa, damn, all right.
That's right. Oh, gosh. You are generous. You are generous, and we knew that about Rochester the very first time we were here. Because we came here as school teachers, and we said, would you join us? Because, well, there was a railroad issue, right? A train issue. Remember that one? Right? Yep. And we talked about what we valued, and we did not let issues become divisive, right? We did not let those issues be divided. We said, these are our values. And then you know what we did, and what I'm going to ask each one of you to do, and it's an answer to that very first question about your son having special needs and what can I do? We tell our story. We each tell our story about what we value and who we are, because stories are real. And every single day when you feel defeated by what is happening and is terrifying, and I know it, right? And I know that we're not going to be able to control every single positive thing that we have going in Minnesota, that we're going to feel some things. So number one, you get yourself a comfortable pair of shoes, because it's not going to be too many days and we're going to be in the streets, so you're going to need them.
Hell
so have
yeah.
some good shoes. Have some good shoes.
Have
Every
some good
one
shoes.
of us together, that's the other way we're going to do it. Together, we will not throw each other or our Democratic representatives under the bus, even when we are not sure that's exactly what we would agree with. We won't, because we are a big party, we are a big tent, we are a family.
I mean, I might throw some of them under the bus.
We will hang together because it's that important.
I might throw some of those representatives under the proverbial bus. I got a few in mind, but by and large, I agree with you, lady.
Important it is, but we will tell our story. And each one of you needs to tell that, because that is real and that is public, and you need to tell your story to one person at least a week.
I'm at the very least thinking of a couple of Chuck Schumer's less than tangible friends.
And bring them along with you. So when you feel defeated by that, no, you are not. You are going to tell your story, and you are going to talk to at least one person that week, because that's how we begin to make a difference. And that's an exponential change. And we ask them to join us. And we ask them based on our values, because here is what they underestimate. They think we are weak. They think we are weak. But they should never, ever mistake our kindness for weakness. I'm going to give it to you. That's right. That is right. We tell our story and we ask them. That's right. Be kind. It's really not that hard. That's great. Yeah. Now we're going to ask you, so that we can keep the faith and understand here what it looks like, because we are fighting this fight all over, and there are good people fighting it all over, but some people don't feel like it's being fought all over. So I want to know in Teacher Talk what it looks like to see Democrats fight. What are your ideas? What do you want to see more of? What should we be doing more of? We're going to be doing popcorn here.
Oh, they're actually doing the popcorn. Okay.
Yeah, and if you have to go, you go. But we are going
Tim
to
Walz
do
is a
the
wife
popcorn.
guy.
But I'm going to say this one last thing before we do this. The first congressional district, this district right here, where you all live, where we lived for a long time, this district is ours, and I want it back. So let's fight to win. It is ours. It is ours. It is yours. Let's win it back.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I do like her a lot. I like that energy. I'm not gonna lie. It's like unrefined, but like it's unrefined passion, and I like that a lot. You know, Tim Walz, ultimate wife guy.
Lutheran school teacher, choir directors. That's what you get. So there we go.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so I really appreciated what you said about coming up with extra help when you went to college and stuff. I was a single parent for when my kids were young. And I lost my job because the facility. And then I took some training at a job training center, and they said, well, it's about anything. And so I said, well, I'm going to try.
Yeah.
I went to college,
Yes.
and I got Pell Grant.
Yeah.
And I had public assistance for a while, for 4 years, while I was in college.
Oh boy.
And
Okay.
I graduated, I got a job, I worked as a CPA for my entire career.
Cool.
Taught some college myself, and I am so grateful that I lived in a country that cared enough about me.
You're welcome, Cascavi.
And my children,
Yeah.
to see us through that time.
No, it matters.
And
You got to keep up the hope in
60
these
years
times,
later,
guys.
whatever it is, I'm still grateful. And I want to see us do the same for our young people
That's right.
and our children.
That's right. Look, we're gonna go around fast.
Oh, what a goddamn queen, by the way. I don't know if you saw this drama play out here, but like she started to leave the stage, saw that the Mountain Dew had in fact tipped over, reached over, put it back up. Mountain Dew no longer down.
What it looks like, but what I would say is, I think elected officials have been too damn timid to not stand up for these things, because you know what? The minute
hell
we
yeah.
talk about that, they scream socialism, whatever. Bullshit. It's good stuff that makes a difference.
Now, see, this is what I like. This is what I like so much. No Mountain Dew left behind. But this is what I like so much about Tim Walz, right? He's got that knack. Like, oh, you call it socialism, I call it good shit that makes a difference. Let's go. I like it. That's a great repackaging and a great reframing. And you know what? That is going to reach so many more people with that framing. The reason I drop so many donos is because you give me tangible hope, educating about actual actionable ways to influence politics. Hell yeah. I do try and do my best to make sure you guys can keep getting out there and keep doing stuff. It's hard. It's hard to get out there and do stuff, and I feel like an important part of doing it is keeping that faith alive, keeping that hope alive, you know? It's important, and it's also really hard to come by these days because so much of the news that is dominant right now is absolutely abysmal. It's like staring into the void, and it's staring back at you, and it's hungry.
Go, you got him.
Okay.
All right, Governor, as much as I know we want to stay here, we're going to have to start wrapping it up pretty soon.
All right, just go fast on what you want to see elected
When
officials
I was
do.
young and Paul Wellstone
Oh my God.
ran, everyone
God.
said, he can't make it, he can't do it. Let's get a green bus and let's get people out there and
Amen.
get people like me to participate.
Amen. Stay active. There's a gentleman right there.
We have one more right here down front.
We'll go
Kim,
fast.
Representative Hicks, please.
Hi, Governor Walz. My name is Bethany Porter, and I'm a member of the disabled community, and it's a very scary time right now for us with 17 red state attorney generals suing to take away 504 protections.
That's right.
And what I would like from you is a commitment to support the Minnesotans with Disabilities Act,
Absolutely.
introduced by our own Representative Kim Hicks, to provide 504 protections.
That's right.
For 504 protections and reasonable accommodations for disabled people here in Minnesota to strengthen that wall.
That's right. We do. Good.
I love that he was just like, yes. Moving on. Yes. I already said yes. Let's go.
We got some folks. Go.
Good morning, Governor Walz. My name is Kalen Gottman. I'm a journeyman glazer with the International Union of Painters and Allied
Yeah.
Trades, DC 82, Local 1324. I am also a dues-paying member of the Southeast Minnesota chapter of Democratic Socialists of America.
Hell yeah.
You were recently on Gavin Newsom's podcast, and I believe you did an outstanding job demonstrating real Midwestern progressive values. One topic that was not mentioned, however, was burner phones. Jeremy B. White from Politico reported that over the past few months, Governor Gavin Newsom has been mailing out prepaid burner phones programmed with the governor's direct number on them to tech CEOs and other California business leaders. These privately funded prepaid cell phones skirt around governmental rules such as disclosure requirements and FOIA requests. Governor Walz, do you mail burner phones to CEOs with your direct number on them? What is your plan to steer the Democratic Party away from CEOs and back towards the working class?
Yeah, that's good.
I would be apoplectic if we were to fight Trump, Musk, and the American oligarchy, only to lose again to a corporate goon like Gavin Newsom, and to quote Nancy Pelosi, the good billionaires.
Yeah,
Thank you.
What a Chad member of the DSA right there. Wait, what? Yeah, Gavin Newsom. I think I mentioned this last week, but Gavin Newsom, there's been an expose. Gavin Newsom's been sending different business leaders private phones, prepaid and pre-installed with his phone number, so that they can call him directly. He's been calling them bat phones. It's really fucking gross. Yeah. Honestly, I'm really glad. The fact that a DSA member endorsed like that episode of Gavin Newsom's podcast makes me want to go watch that episode, because I'm guessing there's no fucking way a DSA member was like, "Oh, you did amazingly in that," and like Tim Walz didn't tell Gavin Newsom he's a piece of shit to his face, you know?
Yeah. Here's my thing on that quick. No, I don't do the burner phones, but here's what I don't understand. Just give them your damn phone number. I don't understand if that's what you want to do, but here's my thing. We're going to have to figure this one out. I thought it was a flex that I was the poorest person and the only public school teacher to ever run for vice president of the United States on a major ticket. They chose the billionaire. We got to do better. We gotta do better. All right, go.
All right, can we
Yeah,
thank
got it.
Governor Walz for today?
So first I want to say, as a trans person, I appreciate everything that you do to protect
Hell yeah.
trans people in our community.
Absolutely.
And I would love to see, I have friends who are actually moving here from Texas as they are passing bills to not allow people to get gender-affirming care and possibly give them felonies if they are seen as trans in their place of business. I would love to see protection for those people who are needing a place to stay.
Yeah.
Especially like, these people are 20, they're my age, they're children, they're adults,
Yeah.
they're anyone of any age who need a place to stay. So trying to protect trans
Yes.
people who are coming here. And
Yes.
also, as a part of the Minnesota Farmers Union and National Farmers Union, thank you for continuing to look out for
Yeah.
small family farms.
Yeah. And for all of us, don't allow them to take this human rights piece and try and make this a sports, or we're interested in women's sports. They're not interested in women's sports. They never supported Title IX. They don't give a damn. But don't allow them to take this away, because here's what we know is trans children are at so much greater risk of self-harm and issues if we don't stand with them. So
Also, just real quick, we did pass legislation in Minnesota to make Minnesota a trans refuge state. So there are protections for folks moving into the state who are trans. Obviously, look into more detail on that one if you are planning to move here. But like, we are doing our best.
Here we go.
Honestly, it's just nice to hear like a government official that like in a position of relative power, it doesn't want to throw me under the bus. That feels really nice.
I have a couple questions here. I'm a UMR student. I'm non-traditional student.
this
I
poor
rely on
lady.
Social Security. I rely on federally subsidized housing. I rely on government grants, federal Pell Grant, Minnesota Foster Independence Grant. I rely on a lot of things to not be homeless, and I'm really concerned about going homeless if the Trump administration continues to target federal funding. And I'm worried about DEI policies as UMR is backing away from DEI, and the culture
Minnesota
at our
is
school
not.
is changing.
We are not backing away. We are not.
I appreciate hearing that. I just want to feel like I don't want the government to turn its back on me, and it really feels that way. So please just remember my story when you fight.
Thank you. For all of us. Rochester, thank you all. You got them. We're grateful. Thank you to the Democratic Party. Grateful. Oh yeah, we'll get him up there.
Just charming as hell. They had an ASL interpreter? Yeah, they Tim Walz thanked him personally, or thanked the interpreter personally earlier in the town hall. But yeah, like, guys, people are fighting the good fight. You know, you need to get out there and fight alongside them. You know, the more of us that get out there, the more of us that make noise, the more of us that actually, stand up and make ourselves big, the less likely it is that this power grab is going to be able to succeed. Like, it is a time of crisis. It is a time of, frankly, a lot of scary stuff. But it is also a moment where we get to show our true colors, a moment where we can actually get out there and act and do things and like shape our own destiny and our own like motions, our own worlds, and I'm just going to throw out a few things that you can do here, folks. One of the things you can do is you can volunteer for Judge Susan Crawford. Her election is on April 1st. There are a number of events coming up that you can help You can help to either with phone banking, regardless of where you are in the country. If you're local to Wisconsin, you can knock on doors. I'm going to drop that link into all the chats here. Boom. 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 Well, that link didn't work. Boom. There we go. Additionally, folks, you can join up with your local indivisible groups and go to town halls like this. Maybe get Tim Walz to show up to yours. That'd be pretty neat. You can also leave comment on this, Affordable Care Act change that seeks to strip the ability for trans people to get covered as part of the Affordable Care Act. Go leave a comment on that if you are so inclined. Additionally, folks, it is never a bad idea to call your senators, call your representatives, call your governor, tell them what's on your mind. Tell them what you are caring about, what you want to see happen, because that actually does make a difference. I know it might not feel like it does, but it does make a difference to like the decision making your elected representatives make. It influences them. And will live chat be in the replay? I want to come back for the links. It will be in the replay, and I'll try to also remember to put the links into the VOD description. I'll do my best. Another thing you can do, folks, is you can print off Freedom of Information Act requests and mail them to Doge, and they are required to answer you within, I believe, 90 days. And if they don't, then you can sue them, actually. So something to keep in mind that you can participate in right there. Good stuff. And also, of course, folks, there is the 5051 protest, along with Indivisible, along with a bunch of other groups, on April 5th. So have that on your calendar and see if you can make it out to those protests. Location will vary on a state-by-state basis, but try and make it out there if you can, because the more people we mobilize for these mass days of action, the better for all of us. Okay? Maybe you should have a command for chat to make things like 5 calls and Indivisible pop up. I do! It's ! Organize! But also I need to update it because, the different things that I ask you guys to do change weekly, by the day, And with that, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours, and it is almost 4:30 in the morning. Please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, etc. What day is Indivisible? I think it's also the same day as 5051. And consider supporting the stream, because this show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not make it work without you guys financially supporting the show. So thank you to everyone who continues to make this show possible. I'm incredibly and deeply grateful. And with that, folks, I think I gotta call it a night. I'm gonna go sleep for a few hours. I gotta get up in like 4-ish hours so that I can go and get my car fixed. Greaves Underground, thank you for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. What do you think we'll cover tomorrow? I don't fucking know. Like, literally every hour that goes by, there's a new story that comes out about like how Donald Trump, like, I don't know, stuck the nuclear codes up his ass and had to have them surgically removed by a doctor on like an unexplored part of town. So they actually had to have a Russian doctor do it. And the Russian doctor may have seen the codes, but who can say? Anyway, like it's literally like that every single goddamn day. It's clown show. It's like, and it's a clown show, but like the stakes are existential. It's terrifying. God. Yeah, tomorrow we'll find out the toe sucking video wasn't AI. Yeah, exactly. All right. Good night, everybody. Doo, doo, doo.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold 2 arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.